Hey everybody, Nick Blazer here. It looks like we're getting ready to start soon, and I believe the matchup will be Chris Bray and Christopher O'Connor here. Waiting on confirmation from the tournament side before we do that. And I do have a co-commentator with me. I don't know if he's going to hear me talking now and jump in there, but I have Julian Federline on Google Meetings here too to talk through the match with me.
Right.
Um,
Hi, Nick. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you too. We got you there. Awesome. Okay. I think we're in here. Do you know? So I know Chris Bray, of course, top player in the UK, makes cool posts for the UK BGF online too. But I don't know much about Christopher O'Connor. Is that a name that you know?
No, so when I saw the pairing came up, I had a look at the UK BGF over the board rankings, and Chris Bray is actually number one in the rankings at the moment, and Christopher O'Connor seemed to be somewhere halfway down the list.
Okay. Okay. I gotcha.
So I think we'd have Chris Bray as favourite, but being backgammon, you never get a guarantee.
Right.
So one thing that would interest me would be to see how Chris would maybe change his play depending on the idea that he felt he was favourite in the match and would want to play more games rather than do the optimum that XG suggests.
Yeah, sure. This is always like a consideration, and I never know how much other players do it. I'm not one to adjust very much. Do you know Chris well enough, Chris Bray, to know well enough if he tends to make adjustments like that over the board too?
I'm not certain, to be honest. I mean,
Hmm.
I've known Chris for many years, and when we first met, I think maybe 30 years ago, he was a better player than I was, and then 10 years later, I remember I was better than him, and now where we are now, I think we may be about the same.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
So I think with the lockdown, when people were confined to their homes, there seemed to be a few backgammon players whose game radically improved because they weren't allowed to go out. And Chris, I would definitely put in that category. So he's way up there in the top British players now.
I gotcha. Okay. Okay. I haven't gotten to meet you before, Julian, either. So I mean, top player in the UK as well. And I think I have in the stream graphics there that you and Seb have. Oh, I don't know if I added that actually. I might need to get that from you still.
No, not to worry.
Yeah.
So can you just give me 1 minute because of the late start, I've got through my first cup of coffee, so I'm just in the middle of making the second cup of coffee, and then I will be with you and wide awake.
Of course. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Take yourself a small break, and we should be getting started with this match soon. Thanks everyone that's in the chat joining me already. Yeah, I see a question from Paris in there if there's a main or if there are other brackets too. I'm not sure if there's like an intermediate division or something like this, but I do know for sure that there's a super jackpot. I'll have the link to the super jackpot bracket in tonight's stream. But the general schedule is like daytime Friday, we're doing all the main event stuff. And then tonight will be all super jackpot play. And then daytime tomorrow, back to main event stuff. In evening tomorrow should be super jack play again. And then Sunday will be all the finals. And we'll be starting bright and early every day here too. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
I'm
it might
excited
be
to kick
bright
off
and
this.
early to you, but it's kind of pushing midday here now, I think now.
Sure,
So
sure.
yes, as far as the tournaments, I had a look. So the main event, as you say, we're going to be covering is the London Open or the RAC London Open,
Yeah.
and the intermediates is called the Invitational at this event.
Okay, okay.
So there's a short Swiss invitational on Friday for people who are working during the day. But the main intermediate tournament starts tomorrow.
Oh,
So
cool,
it's
cool.
so if you're working, you can play the main tournament over the weekend.
Very cool. And it looks like from the brackets here too that we ended up with 60 total players in the Masters main. I
Yeah,
don't.
so that
Yeah,
looked near perfect to me. I looked at it and I thought it was getting close to 64. So
yeah.
the undefeated would be 6 rounds, I guess. So
Mm-hmm.
three today and then three on Saturday. And I can never figure out with these fighters brackets how many rounds you have to play. It seems it's a big number. So if you lose in the first round of the main, then it's not clear to me how many rounds you have to win. But I'm sure someone has done it in the past.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then so that's the format of this tournament too. You do get two lives. The undefeated finalists will move on to the finals. There won't be like they don't have a life left once they get to the finals, if that makes sense, right? We'll have a true
Yeah.
finals once we get there. But there is, once you lose once, you go to the fighters bracket, and the winner of that will come through and play the finals on Sunday. Yeah.
So yes, that's the format they've finally settled on at Monte Carlo at the moment. So it used to be that you had to lose 2 matches to get knocked out, but as you say, now it's the final of the undefeated will play the final of the fighters bracket, and whoever wins that is the tournament champion. Right, so they're shaking hands, so it looks like they might be getting ready to get underway.
Oh, I'm not ready for this. Okay. Well, the camera's going to be crappy until I can fix that, I guess. We'll see if I can get that going.
Okay, so Chris O'Connor has started with a 6-1 and made the bar.
Yep, and we've got a 5-something. A 5-3.
Right.
All right, I think we got that looking pretty again. A 4-2.
Okay, so I'm still seeing a small board at my end.
Yeah, I'm fixing that. There we go.
Okay, good. Right. Okay, so 4-2, he makes the 4 point. That looks clear.
Then 6-5 plays 2 down. Okay, for lack of options, yeah. Guess we're always wrestling between that and slotting the deuce point on that play.
Yeah, so it's almost always right to slot on the bar point on the basis it gives a few more shots, but at least you gain something when you're missed. If you go to the 2 point, it's kind of like, well, if you're missed, what do you do next?
Nice return from Chris O'Connor there. 2-6 gets hit from the bar as well. Okay, we're in an early blot hitting contest, it looks like so far. Chris O'Connor with a little extra priming value and a little pure structure.
Yes. So that's a very good summary of the position. That's still early days in this, so that I can read the dice now. So that's a 5 he has to come in with, and 3 is optional, shall we say? Yeah, so that looks good. That dupes 3s, doesn't it? So it's 3 to hit outside and 3 to hit on the 5 point.
Sure, closer to safety and just less shots overall. Doesn't let the midpoint unstack on it. I like that play. So the aces get the point on head, and then I guess we have a bit of a dilemma with how we want to play the rest of it. We could step up and link up to the 17, something like this. We could split.
Yes,
we could make the bar.
Absolutely. No, that certainly looks right. It's just whether we do it with 1 or with 2 checkers, half the way kind of thing. So maybe at the moment we've got 3, 5, and 6 at the bottom. So we do this, he can hit us with 3, 4, 5, but not 6. If we go further up, this on the positive bit gives us 6 return when we get hit on the 17 point. So I'd certainly be tempted with this one. What does the computer say? It says come up all the way.
Yeah, they did seem close. It seemed, this is a very nice return. And then Chris O'Connor still has to figure out what to do with the 3. It's hard to pass up anchoring here, but it's also hard to pass up hitting. I guess against the better board, maybe my instinct is to make the defensive asset. What do you think here?
So Mitchie had a word for this. He called it the Kerin, I think, which is a sort of.
Oh yeah, the Kirin. Yeah.
So it's like, I describe it as fill the gap.
Yeah.
So once you make the 21 point, the value of the ones on the 3 point are devalued because they're behind the anchor. So I'm with you. I like making the anchor, and the computer seems to like making the anchor as well.
See what he comes up with here. Christopher O'Connor playing a pretty strong game so far.
Yeah, so I'm impressed with that play, because usually when people make mistakes, they tend to err on the side of hitting too much, shall we say. It's difficult to resist hitting.
Yeah. I like how Chris is looking at this play already too. He decides he wants to make both new points, and then we'll figure out the rest from there. I guess it's an option to play save somehow.
He's got to save. Yeah. He can save one of the 2 blots. So I guess for me, I would come out from the back for sure, because I see he's looking. He's seen a completely safe play of
Yeah.
23-17, and then playing all of them on from there. So I
Right,
guess
right.
what the race will be like is he'll be 21 up after the play. So maybe he should just make the racing play.
But he does find the best of it here. This makes a lot of
Yep.
sense. Yeah. We get the anchor out of it. When our opponent hits us, he's going to leave a lot of return shots from the bar anyway. Aces is a pretty good hit, though.
Yes. So
That's not going to leave
and
many
I like his
returns.
style with this because
Yeah.
the best play is to make the 5 point and then look whether you can hit as well.
Yeah, yeah, okay, okay. Ooh, ace six is a little awkward. Oh, not too bad. Okay, you can just play around the bend. And so now
Yes,
Chris is
but he's
disconnected from his anchor, too. He's got a small problem there.
yes, as you say, he's got one checker that's definitely stuck behind the prime.
Yeah,
So is this double aces again?
does look like it, yeah.
Okay, so then I think we should make the 9 point because that's actually part of our prime.
Yeah, it does look like it links with all the forward structure. And probably should help us still contain that anchor on the 17 most often. We're still down in the race. So seeking contact. Ace 5 is nice to link up with that 17 point for sure.
Yes, so that's what they call in chess a creeping move.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look as though it's significant, but it does actually do an awful lot.
Yeah, yeah. And 6-3. We're going to have to figure out what we can when they're both Chris, what do we do? Chris and Christopher?
Yeah, so I think they're trying to help us out in the draw field, so that at least we can say it's Chris who's doing well and Chris who's doing badly.
Yeah, there we go. I like that 6-3. Nothing wants to break, so all he can really do is just continue on to a safe landing point there. Both are just waiting to get their shot, really. If Christopher can convert into an attack behind that anchor, I'm sure he'll be happy to. But we'll need the right dice to do it.
Yeah, so the white blot at the back is, I think, in the ideal place because it's got a direct exit, but on the other hand, it's not the point that black wants to make next.
Yeah, it's under the least amount of pressure there. My instinct would be to just continue like 9-3 and make the 5 point board the 5 prime, and we're sad when they roll a 6, but I don't want to destroy my structure to find some sort of like switching hit or anything like this. I
Yes,
think
yes.
this is
So
nice progress. Yeah.
Mitchie recently did a seminar on switching, and I think this one clearly fits the bill for not switching, as you say.
Yeah. 4-3 is awkward. The only safe play I really see is clearing the 6, but it's way premature to do that. So I guess where are we going to leave the shot?
So we'd like to duplicate something. So at the moment, black's got 2s and maybe 5s to hit. So there doesn't seem to be a good duplication.
Maybe we do just have to give up the 6. I mean, as I look around for a play B against such a strong board,
yeah,
sure
you've got to be pragmatic in this and say that you haven't rolled the right number. At least you've got to stay alive in the game.
Yeah, that's a nice find. That's a difficult play to make this early in the game for sure. And Christopher is still down in the race with a much better board. Does he have enough threat to think about sending the cube here? He decides no, it feels close. Yeah, okay, so he misses a very large double there.
Right, now this one I think is a candidate for the switching. So this might well be wrong in my book. So one of the key things I noticed is how much deeper does the new point make if you switch. So you're really only switching from the 3 point to the 2 point when you go there. You've only gone forward one further pip.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. And now he's going to send it.
So Chris has fanned, and Chris is sensibly doubling. So I guess he can cover with 5s and 10s. Yeah,
feels
so
closer to too good, and that's right where it is right on that borderline. And so missed his market, but was able to claim that 1 point. Okay. That's like the only really sloppy part I saw was that cube action there. Yeah.
So what did the computer say about his double 1? Because if you miss your market with the fan, it's kind of like you're overplaying the position a bit.
Exactly. Yeah, you have like a one-sided risk there where you can get hit and let your opponent stay in the game, but you're always cashing. It did like your switch a little bit better. That was the stronger play. Yeah.
Right. So now the top player's leading 1-0. That's where we're at the moment. Yeah, 12 away. Right, I can see that. 13 away. Yes, good. Okay, so your screen is showing what's going on.
Yeah, there we go. Cool.
So another thing that's a little out of the ordinary for this event is I think the time limit was a bit faster than usual from over the board.
That's right. That's right. I saw that in the rules. I think they're doing 90 seconds of bank
Yes,
per
yeah.
point instead of the standard 2 minutes. So where does
So
that leave us in a 13-point match? I'd have to do the math. That's hard math.
yeah, so you start off with slightly under 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I think
19 and a
well,
half. Yeah.
19 and a half minutes. Yeah.
There we go. Okay,
Um,
okay.
so I mean, it swings and roundabouts. I can see personally, I'd like the 2 minutes, but that's because my brain's probably a bit slow at my age. But what you're gaining if you make the time limit shorter is essentially you're cutting down the match length by 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're trying to fit all these games in, all these matches in over the weekend, then it's probably going to make life easier for the organisers, shall we say?
Yeah.
And it makes the game more exciting when it's fast moving. That presumably as far as the commentary goes, people don't really like sitting there for 5 minute silence.
Yeah, I generally prefer the faster moving play too, and I definitely expect that it makes for better viewing. I mean, sometimes it's nice to have enough time to think through your moves and things like that, but for the most part, it really should be enough anyway, even with that minute and a half, right? It just means that you can't
Yes.
spend 6 minutes of bank on one move sometimes, probably.
Okay, so 5-1 for Chris, and he splits. So that's definitely what the computer likes.
I think the computer tends to like the 11 and the 4 in these
Yes.
positions too. Yeah.
So you can move the back checkers up if White's made some progress, if he's made the 4 or the 5 point. But
Right.
given the fact he's still in the starting position, you can work on offense. So double two, I call the unstacking double
Mm-hmm,
because
mm-hmm.
it's the double that works best for unstacking those two stacks of 5 you have in the starting position.
Yeah. And I think black is under some pressure to split here. So my instinct is 24-21 to start and find my best 4, which maybe I leave the fly shots, but it really seems pretty loose on both sides at the same time.
Yes, so that would be
Yeah.
2s, 4s, 9s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah. And look at this. It's actually a little bit better just to play
Yeah,
13-6.
13-6
Yeah.
was actually my initial thought.
Very
So
interesting.
we're we're doing well as black. We've got all our builders ready to make new points. We've just stupidly rolled the wrong number.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And 3-1 is always going to generally attack off the edge of the structure like this. So
Yes,
pretty
yes,
standard play for him.
precisely.
4-6 is going to come in and hit. And then do we want to hit the second checker with this much material in the zone? I don't see, or we just run, try to capitalize on the
I'm
winning
for
raise.
running.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, the question to ask is what White's threat is if you don't hit him. And
Yeah. Right. We're not taking much tempo away with that play, are we? 1-4. So the 1 is in on the 24 for sure, and then we can either play down as a builder or we can split and try to have an anchor now. Feels
so
quite
maybe
under the gun to split. Do we really
it
want
does.
to?
Yes. So
Yeah.
there's 11 in the zone. So
Yeah.
this looks a bit rash. But
Quite
White's
bold,
got
yeah.
the 5 point made, so he's still
Yeah.
got a 2 point board. So it's not crazy.
Hmm. I think the other theme there too is that when our opponent hits loose on the 5 now with this particular 24-23 split, we get a ton of returns from the bar. So it's
Yes.
as far as like stepping under the gun goes, this is a relatively safe variety of it.
So now
Yeah.
this looks like a tough decision. We've got two really different plays, so we can hit on the 5 and then probably hit on the 1 to protect that, or
Hmm.
we could just make the 3 point and settle for the advantage we have now.
Yeah, and we have to leave
So
shots either way. Yeah, I would
he
love to
thinks
play
he
this
found something even
15-9.
better.
Right, but where's the 5 after we do this is the
I
hard part.
see.
So I
Right.
can't
Okay.
find that.
So
Yeah.
yeah, if you play half the move, then you can handle it quite well.
But I guess if I'm going to leave shots anyway, I'm kind of inclined to take away all the anchors and put 2 in the air more than make the 3 point. I'm not
Yeah.
100% sure about that.
What's the
Yeah.
race like? And I'm kind of edging towards the 3 point on the basis we're
Oh,
ahead in
okay.
the race, and we leave a
Yeah.
3 to hit, which is one of his anchoring numbers.
Yeah. Oh, you've got it right there too. Okay, okay.
It's
And the link
it's a
up in tempo
long-term
is not too
advantage.
bad. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so again, looks like he picked the second best, which isn't too bad.
yeah. Found a strong play with it. I mean, of course, making structure in front of the checkers and the likely anchor is always going to be pretty strong. 4-2. No pressure to cover the ace at the moment. I think it just really needs to get that back checker out of there. So I
Yes,
love him.
yeah. So I don't
reaching
think
there.
there's anything else constructive we can do.
Yep, before we accidentally lose something else.
So 1 is good. We hit for sure, but then I guess we have to bring another 1 down for want of anything better.
Mm-hmm. And Chris with a sizable deficit in the race, and Christopher are going to pause to see if the fly shots are enough to potentially lose his market. Still has a blot on the ace, so I wouldn't think so.
No, and
Yeah.
White's got the golden point anchor, so I think
Mm-hmm.
he's going to be taking this for a long time.
Yeah.
You imagine the best scenario for Black is he comes in and hits, and White fans, and then is White even passing that position?
Right, right. So I think he should hit here and try to escape.
Yes. So, from his point of view, one of the arguments that's always good is hitting at the top of the board is especially good.
Mm-hmm.
That it gains more in the race, and the other thing is it stops your opponent's attack. You're sending one of his attackers away from the where you're in danger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's a bit of a decision here now with I feel like 8 to 7 is very strong no matter what. I like 6 to 5
Oh, I see.
as
So
well.
we've hit, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So he instantly makes the 23 though, which is not necessarily the first thing. So this is the back game play, I guess.
Yeah.
So this could be a
I don't like
potentially
this.
yeah, it's not too bad out there, I guess, in the candidates, but this feels like the kind of thing. It feels like an adjustment kind of play, like you were talking about. I don't expect that Chris thinks he desperately needs a back game here when he can make offensive structure. I'm not sure. Interesting play to me for sure, though.
Yeah. So the 5-2 game when I started, all the books said the 5-2 was the worst back game, and then when the computers came out, suddenly it turned out to be the best of the back games.
Yeah.
The answer is it's actually not a back game. Is why it performed so well.
Yeah.
That if you have an opportunity, you'll come off the back anchor, or if you hit, you'll come off the front anchor. Or if you run out of time, you'll come off the front anchor and just play a 2-point game.
Oh, I love
this
that.
is big choice for Chris. 1, 2, 3, 4. So does he just stay put? So he's still down a lot in the race.
Yeah, 19 after the play. This is my instinct for the play, and I think your play
Yes,
B must be 23 to 18. But I know
Yeah.
that I hate to have like 4 checkers or 5 in this case bunched up like on the 20 and 18 together like that. So my instinct is to
Yes,
avoid
as you
it.
say, the 20
Yeah.
and 18 are too close together. They cover the same territory. So
Right.
it gets to be like a hurdles race. Your opponent jumps one of them and then he jumps the other one.
Sure.
But,
Yeah, but we can see the problem with playing all the way around to the 5 is that we clearly don't have time to keep both anchors. So this
So
is
what-
a nice compromise to just come out and make the 15 and keep the 23 instead. That's
so
a
what
tough one to
about
find, though.
what about bringing one off the 23 points? So 23 to 8?
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
then
that's
we
an
can
option in there
contact,
too.
and we've got things to play.
Uh-huh. So it's still a distant behind, but yeah, he's gonna see that the race is a little. Oh, this is a play too. He can just hop out and make the board. This feels like it must be strong, but I guess it's just leaving a little bit too much pressure, to like work on those back checkers. It's very stiff looking afterward, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is tough to find the best play though. I mean, the like Spidey senses are going off that we need mobility here, but it's hard to strand the checkers back on the 23 points and find something like this. And
Yes.
actually, I'm sorry. Close second is just to come out to the bar point too. But okay, so he just comes around with it. Understandable there.
So 5-4, we can save one of the blocks somewhere.
Yeah, which one?
Well, I think I would go 11 and 14 on the basis that way he has to give up the midpoint to hit. So he's kind of dividing his army in two.
Yeah. Yeah, we could get the same benefit with just 18 to 9, but it must leave more shots. So I think this also reduces. Yeah, I think I like that play. Seems to make sense to me.
Well, there's the odd 9, the long range shot.
Oh, yeah, hits the hard way. Okay.
But he's had to give up the 5-point in the process. So there's some risk involved with this until he can get the 5-point back. 2-6, he comes in and has to hit on the 5, I guess.
Yeah, I don't see many other options. Not a terrible one either. Of course, he doesn't want to be
No,
hit
so
back, but when he's missed, he's
important
doing
role
well.
here. That
Yeah.
hit, I think, puts Chris in front. But if he doesn't hit, then Black's got the edge. So 5 and no good 6. I guess we just have to play 11 to 5. You can think of 13-7, but I think it's something you alluded to earlier, that being weak on both sides of the board is rather dangerous. That if you don't get hit on the 7 point, you'll get hit on the 5 at the top of the board.
Yeah. It looks to just sort of give our opponent something to do here, too. Oh, he wants to go for the second hit. I didn't even think about that, but I guess it
I
seems
didn't
reasonable.
either, but
Yeah.
so
That is the best play by quite a bit, too. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Take away the tempo, make sure we don't get attacked on the
yeah.
5.
So now I
And
guess we can think about doubling. We've got 3s and 6s to cover, and 2s on the two on the bar.
yeah.
It's got some sort of a block. So I guess if we've got 5 at the top, we can only have 10 at the bottom. So, but it's enough to make a 5-point board. So I'm pretty sure White should be doubling here, and ask Black the question what he thinks of it.
I see the offense is great with 2 on the roof and the rack. I think the thing that slows him down for sure is the 3 checkers back behind. Pretty good structure,
Yes.
but I think I agree with your assessment here. And we're a little bit shy, though. Okay, okay. And this is still not an easy cube for Christopher to take, though. So I like
No,
to find
no.
either way. Yeah. Okay, he
So
snaps it up
that
pretty
is a
quickly,
very
though.
good take.
Yeah.
Impressed with that. So right, so this is good news and bad news, because I noticed White needs lots of 5s at the back to get out. So
It's a little fast, right?
6s is using all his timing.
Yeah.
But the positive bit is he's got all the checkers in the zone now. All his attackers have arrived.
Yeah, yep. Wow, 3-1 is a beautiful shot. Just being on the
Yeah.
board is pretty strong for Christopher
Third on
here.
the list, I think.
Yeah. 4-3, okay, yeah, I think we're just all in on the blitz now. I mean, there's no way to spend the 4 from the back anyway. My instinct would have been to give up the 7 and attack the high point, but okay, he wants to keep the bar
I'm
point.
not
hit
sure
behind.
on which one to hit, but I agree with you. We come in and hit. Yes,
Yeah, very close, okay. Very
tied, I
interesting,
would
good
say.
find.
Yeah.
And he gets a fan, okay. That's a huge step
2,
in the right
4,
direction.
6, 4 covers, and
Which 5 out is the question?
yes,
I guess from the front, because that checker is more mobile after we do that. But I'm
yes,
not
yes.
sure.
That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking. 2015, on the basis that well,
Yeah.
this is the best time to come off the anchor while he's on the bar.
Mm-hmm.
So playing to the 18, we essentially say we're going to keep the 20 point for too long, I think, is the problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So your argument is very strong. I think the idea that we virtually got one checker into freedom, so that we're not going to crash in the near future.
Yeah. All right, he gets another fan out of it. 4-3. I think we have to continue the blitz. Yeah.
Yes, and then maybe remake the 20 point at the moment.
Yeah, no better 3. It doesn't seem to reduce our mobility to step up there either, but definitely not helping it, leaving only 2s and 5s to leave the 20 point. 3-2 is a huge shot for Christopher.
Big
Yeah.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of life there.
Ooh, 5-6 is a little stiff.
Yeah, but since he followed your advice last time, he's got the 6 to play.
Yep, yep. What do we got? Oh, double 3s. Wow. Okay. This almost, if we could just play 3 of them, this would be the perfect roll.
Yes, yes.
The anchor, we're not going to throw that back, though.
In the good old days, we could try that and pick up the dice and get away with it. But now they insist on you playing perfectly. Right. So yes, I was thinking of this, and then just 4-1. However ugly it looks.
Okay. I didn't
We've
even
got
think
5 blocking points.
Yeah. I love the priming play, but I couldn't find the last 3. Like, I didn't even consider that version. So I was looking to maybe give up a blocking point.
We can think of doubling, but I think that's as far as I'm going to go.
Yeah, he's still well down in the race. When he threatens to hit with the 6, that doesn't win anyway. And with that 20-point anchor, the prime doesn't tend to do a lot of work, right? Like, Chris has to crash through that at some point. But he's going to send it on over. Okay. He is a favorite in this, but significantly early on the equity here, and we'll see what Chris Bray wants.
No, well, if you're the underdog in terms of ratings, then your best chance of winning the match is getting the cube high and getting lucky.
Yeah.
So, if the other guy's going to play better than you all the way through, would you like to play a game for 8 points, or would you like to play 8 single games for 1 point?
Yeah, I like that. There's 3-ply, I thought this was like 180 early, and it dropped all the way down to 85 on plus. So something going on with the analysis of this too. It might be a little bit stronger than the bot initially evaluates too. But okay, Chris gonna take it.
Yeah, so I suppose there's a danger for White that if he gets hit, that if he can't get something moving immediately, his board might just get crushed straight away.
Hmm. Does he actually? Okay, he does have to. I was not even sure about this follow up sending a checker back, but yeah, I guess there must be a lot of awkward entries that crack. Okay, this is not one of them. This is a great shot for
Yeah,
Chris,
that looks perfect.
and he's right back in the driver's seat. Yeah, this could be a
Now,
short match the way this game is going.
Black's still got his five prime. He's got his insurance policy.
Sure, sure.
No, I'm having a problem figuring out which way round we're going. Um, so the white checker is on the 24 point in your diagram. Right, so we got threes to hit, fives and sixes to jump. Ball comes up. Everything's
not a
good,
good
but we've
shot.
still got lots of pieces back. So, right, if we play the four, we haven't got a three, and if we play the three, we haven't got a four. So if we've got one on the roof already, I think you should hit with the three here, irrespective
Oh,
of
it's
leaving.
4-4 is what they're working with.
Ah, right.
Which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, so I saw his 6 point had disappeared somewhere along the line and thought I'd missed it.
Ah, okay, okay.
Okay, so black's definitely in the driving seat now. So now, if I was white, is this really double six? Is this just a forced play?
Yep. XG only found one way to do it.
Yeah, so duplicating threes would be my plan.
I bet I'll find it eventually.
Yes.
2, 3, 4. There we go. Yeah, this looks good. Oh, it's especially brutal to not recognize a forced play with these new time settings too, you know?
Yes, fortunately, we're not worried about PRs at all in this. So
yeah.
It seems a bit harsh when you get a roll like that. Not only is it bad, but you get no credit for playing it like in the forced manner.
All right.
Right, 5-2.
Christopher hits back. Very nice shot. And the 5 prime's working. Yeah, okay, okay. Looks a little weak to me, but it's playing out the way he would have hoped for sure. He got his opponent to crack, leave blots everywhere, lots of gammon threats. 3's going to hit, and then do we need to do anything like... I don't think we need to slot here. I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, it's a 3-point board. I don't know. Whatever.
Doesn't mean much either way, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Might be a nicer builder for behind the prime, too. I'm not sure.
So what black's got to do here is he's got to try and keep some contact. That, and I've recently written some stuff about what I call zonk, which people have got excited about because it sounds so good, and it stands for zone of no contact.
Ah, okay, okay.
So the idea is if you move this back checker up, then you make it a lot easier for white to get a piece safe. So he gets one piece out, and then it's got plenty of area where it can go safely. So you want to leave your back checker back to be lurking to catch any escapers.
Oh, Chris tries to not have to play his 4, but this seems like a pretty... Isn't switching to the 18 pretty strong here? They must win the most games.
I'd be very suspicious. I'm not saying it's wrong, but giving up the anchor inboard, you know, when you've only got a 3-point board yourself, there's a danger you can just get wiped out here.
Yeah, it is slightly best, but I mean, my instinct there is like we can get attacked behind, of course, but now this anchor actually sees the light, and we have some chances to link up with that and get our checkers moving around. Where before we were primed,
it seems it's a good play.
Yeah.
4-2 is useless. I think you just put 2 on the 6. So again, he's coming up with that back checker, which I'm very suspicious about.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Seems like giving up a little much. All right, 5 gets to hop. Get ready to escape. That looks very strong.
So 5-4, we've got to attack now, I'm sure.
Yeah, that looks beautiful.
So this... Oh, I see. You can do it this way, right? So that's...
Oh, he could have... Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Then we only leave one blot, right? So
it was much better to make the point. So you were right to not notice that. But that was my instinct too, is that we just hit from the back. But yeah. Yeah, making the 5 pretty huge in this position. All right, he's going to go for more loose hits here, I think. Oh, wow, he should play quiet. Okay, this is very interesting. He's still outboarded, and XG has some interesting ideas about how to progress this position as black.
Yes, yeah, understand.
Yeah.
Still, it's not bad for black to have this extra contact, and I'm sure about that.
Right, right. Yeah. So getting recirculated, you mean not so bad?
Yes, that's you want to stop white losing the contact. White's plan is I'm way ahead in the race. I want to get into a race.
Right.
Black's plan is that we want to have some more hitting. Thank you.
What is this? So I don't think we want to give up the prime to attack. So I like this just bringing a checker onto attack later. But okay, XG actually prefers hitting there. Very interesting. I would have found his play as well.
And now there's a couple of blocks. Now I think we should be thinking about the hitting.
Yeah, I don't see Chris giving up the 4-point to avoid coming into direct contact. This seems best. 5-1. That gets to make the point.
Yeah,
we do it that way.
Only give up one outfield point.
Yeah, very nice. 1-6. Oh, beautiful shot from Chris there. I think he wants to hop out there, but actually you could hide the checker behind. It's not super.
No, I'm getting that guy out. At least this way, if we're missed, then we're in reasonable shape again.
Okay. Beautiful shot from Christopher. Hits and covers. I think, but I guess maybe if he stays back, he keeps the contact that you keep talking about. So maybe this lift is better.
Yes, I like his play. I like to work on the points inboard.
Okay. 3-5 hops out like this. Very nice shot.
And this is good. We got 1, 4, 5, 6. It's positive. 5, 1. So we can point again.
Yep, rolls forward, right? And Chris enters again, at least. Gets to bring that 13-point checker to safety. So that's a nice improvement.
Yeah, so now as black, I think I'd probably be thinking about hitting loose on the 1 point if there's an opportunity.
Like with a 5-3.
Yes. So what else can we do?
Yeah, feels important.
The race is still bad. So yes, at least we've got a 4-point board now. 4-point board to a 3-point board. We're ahead, and we wouldn't mind going back for the other white checker down the bottom of the board.
Yeah,
if you let white roll
win a lot of gammons,
then you give him a get out of jail free card, I think.
I'm with you. Yeah, just wins more games and wins more gammons. But okay, he's going to look at the quiet play. Yeah, and there's a ton of risk. When our opponent just rolls a 6, they're doing great. Right?
Yes.
Like all of a sudden Chris Bray, I think, is winning this game if he doesn't get hit and happens to roll a 6. A few too many numbers to do that.
He's not guaranteed to roll a 6. That's the other argument.
Yeah. The race is probably closer than it looks with all those dead checkers on the ace point as well and all that wastage. So maybe he's thinking about this. Okay.
So I guess you can give him at least 8 for the wastage on the 1 point.
Yeah.
No, has he got the 6?
He got the double 5s, which is not bad either. This is going to save nearly all gammons.
Yeah, and he's got a problem with containing this white checker now.
Yeah. And
unless we make the bar, I would hit loose if we could hit loose, but we can't.
Can't do either. That's not a good roll. Maybe we break the 11 and the 9 to maximize builders here. I don't think the fly shots are worth so much. And I want to keep
I was
the
thinking maybe we clear the 9 because the 11 is doing more in terms of containment.
That's true.
I like your idea. I'm just wondering if it's too ambitious. Yeah, so this is now 6-3, 6-4, the big swing rolls now.
Yeah. Yep, a little bit better to break them both and leave the fly shots. We still come in on a 3-point board and contain very well. I don't think Chris wants to step up to get 5s out as well because it just allows our opponent to attack where they want to.
Yes,
Oh, but he wants to think about it. Oh, and he's right to do this. Wow, this is very close, but I would not have thought of stepping into it.
Yeah, I would have gone for the 8 to 5 like you.
Yeah.
Okay, so big swing roll 2, we must hit. And 6, I would come in from the 9.
Oh, interesting. Probably just play 16 to 10 because why not? But they all seem
Yeah,
the
so
same to me.
I always want to leave this guy back, to, as I say, to get this zone of contact, so that
Yeah, okay.
we get more when he gets out.
Gotcha.
Right, so now we're in the driving seat.
Yep. I guess the 9 to 3 looks a little front loaded to me too. I don't really like that additional cover.
Yeah, so going to the 7, that looks good to me. So we've
Yep.
got a 6 at the bottom of the board as a return.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty decent entry for Chris here. Gets to make the 6 point, and now
Okay, so we can roll
likely
a
to be
9
attacked.
to make the prime or attack at the front.
5-2 going to close out. Beautiful shot.
Right. Okay, so now he's definitely in the driving seat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, avoiding double 6 very sensibly. So White's got no checkers off, but he only needs 2 pips in the outfield. So Black's very likely to win a single. So this position, I think, is it's not worth taking any risks to win the gammon that isn't there.
Right. Yeah. I like that point quite a bit. Yeah.
So safest play possible, which he has done correctly.
This is a 4-2.
Yeah, so keep most points closed is a very useful rule in these positions.
That's interesting.
That I don't like, giving White an extra chance to get in.
Okay. You can still get into the race.
Is White's going to come in and win the race rather than White's going to get a shot and hit you and win after he's hit you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough thing to balance in these crashed positions, that just entering quickly and racing around can be the best plan.
Yes. So just looking at the race, the pip count seems level, but I think obviously Black's doing better than the pip count would suggest. So Chris is off the gammon with about 5 rolls to spare. Okay, so it looks like Black's going into a 5-0 lead, I guess.
Yeah. Pretty nice to have saved that extra 4 points for Chris Bray the way this went too, though. So can't be completely disappointed with how this turned out. Could have been 9. It felt like it might be for a while.
No, well, he couldn't pass the 4 cube. The computer was saying the 4 cube shouldn't be there. Right. Okay, I'm just going to take a 30-second timeout, and I will be back with you hopefully to start the next game.
Sure thing. Okay. Julian Federline, everyone that hasn't seen on the stream layout there already, helping me out. Strong UK player. This has been a very good match so far. Okay, still a little bit of life. Chris could end up taking this and be the one that gains 4 points on this game. We'll see. Just 6 checkers left there. Need a set to do it, I think. 5-4 is 2 off. Okay, any set will do for Chris. And 6-5, not quite enough. Okay. So yeah, we will move on to what about 8 away, 13 away? Whatever number that is on the board, 5-0 start. And other than like some interesting cube action, I think pretty strong play across the board there. I mean, even that cube in that game wasn't like so early that he got in there. Well, I guess, I mean, like 85, I think it was when he got the recube in. But as we talked about there, if he expects Chris Bray to be a very strong player, it feels like a nice place to gamble. So I like the decision there. Good stuff so far. And a 2-1 to open. I think we can still slot if we want to, even at these kind of leading scores.
It's a tide, and I think 2-1 especially, it's a role where you play what suits your game rather than worry about whether it's 1 or 2 milli points one way or another.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's important to learn that those are close and why, rather than take one as correct. 4-1 doesn't do a whole lot in the opening here. Maybe we can distract from making the 5 point by coming to the bar.
Yes, exactly. I call that a decoy and diversion play. So it's a diversionary attack.
How do you like that, though? The double slot is a little bit better. Or you slot the 5 and step up to the 20. There's some good duplication there.
Yes.
This looks like a nice play. Gets the cover and hit.
So one thing I've noticed with the computer is it doesn't mind slotting in front of the anchor, because usually when you slot on the 5 point, your opponent's getting off the 24 point to hit you, and he does two good things. But once he's made an anchor, when he hits you on the 5 point, he's temporarily given up his anchor. So you get a few rolls where you can come in with double 1 or double 2 or double 3 and make him regret it. Okay, so 5-3. It's not the 6 we want, but I guess we can make the 3 point. Oh, I think he's thinking of running. Right.
Yeah, he's ahead in the race, so I think thematically we should want to clean up 18 to 13 here, right? That would be my first instinct. Maybe we could even step up with the 21 and hope to escape there instead of putting a
that's not my style. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yeah.
I'd like to make the 3 point and say, well, I've got a stronger board, and that you've got 2 stripped points that are threatening to hit me, so you're going to give something up. So the computer went for your play there, did it?
Yeah. A little bit better, but you're right. It's within like 30, so definitely reasonable to make a stylistic choice there. 13-8 is going to reinforce the 8 point. And now 3-2, I guess I don't see a lot more.
No, I'm definitely with you now that there's no constructive alternative.
Yeah.
And there's another spare turned up on the 8, but I guess the midpoint's stripped, so that's probably about level.
Sure. Yeah, parking it in front of the 13 and the 11 seems kind of reasonable too. But, okay. So this is just going to come around and play containment. Not a bad shot at all for Christopher. Double 3s gets to come out there and hit it. Could be making the 5 point, but this will do.
No, I think getting out.
We can't do anything ultra conservative like 6-3 here, can we?
I think we have to, because this is a 6. So Black can't use a 6 to enter. So if he rolls X6, it's going to be a really bad number for him.
Very interesting, yeah.
So I think Chris is deciding he didn't like that, and see if there's any alternatives. Yeah, so 6-3 isn't terrible. I mean, it looks like a dilly builder, but we've still got to make the 1 and the 2 point.
Right. All right, well, here we are where we get the 6 from the bar, and I guess it has to give up the anchor to do it, is the reason that it's marginally better to come down to the 10. But Chris Bray going to get a little bit out of that. Christopher going to get to hit the shot as a result. The 6 is not so good. I don't know what to do with it.
Well, we've got to play the loose blot, I guess.
Yeah, everything else would create another one. I guess we could come out to the bar point. I don't see much benefit in that either.
No, there's going to be lots of shots, no matter what you do. So that's a 4.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's pointing out that that's not enough for him. Yeah, 5 point. That's what I tell my students to do.
Always?
Well, there are apparently exceptions, because I found in one of my matches I made the 5 point, and the computer said it was wrong by 650.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, it's wrong by a wide margin here, and I'm quite surprised by this. And somehow Christopher O'Connor has the right instincts about this by making the 15 and not staying under the gun here. It feels like, how can we make that outfield point down this much in the race and slot when we could just make the 5 point? Not sure I understand that. I guess it is leaving a ton of shots with that outfield blot.
Yeah, so I guess we're leaving 1s, 3s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s to hit us with.
Yeah. So, it's just too much, huh? Okay. I guess,
yeah, so when you play 8 to 5, it's a new blot, but at least it's a duplicated 4, isn't it? So it's 1s, 3s, 4s you're giving him.
Yeah, very true, very true. Okay. So it's one where if we get into tactics, we can probably find that a little bit easier.
Yes.
But strategically, it feels just so nice. Oh, he's just going to run all the way instead. Okay. From the front there, I guess. There we go. And what is our 1-6 going to do? That one I think was a miss. And Chris Bray actually misses a small cube here now, too. Oh, they're going to play with the camera some more.
Okay, so 6-1, any reason why we shouldn't make the bar? Well, I guess we're ahead in the race.
Yeah, so we could play super safe or try to play behind or cover up to the 8 and run or
Yeah,
something
so
like this.
9 to 2 is reasonable. I'd be tempted
Yeah.
to make the bar because
Yeah.
I mean, Black hasn't got a board yet, has he? It's not like getting hit is going to
Right.
be fatal.
Yeah. I guess the only other thing about it too is that Black doesn't have any fives elsewhere really, so it's a little annoying to give him something. But yeah, the structure is just worth it this early in the game. Yeah, I kind of like this. If I was gonna hide the blot, maybe playing up and trying to escape with it too. But okay, find a nice pointing roll. Does Chris get out of this? Aces.
So make the 5, and should we make the 7? I think maybe we should save the blot here.
That feels worth a little bit more to me too.
As this goes on, you're going to hear lots of these 3-letter acronyms I have. So SOB is one of my favorite backgammon expressions, which is strength of bar. And the argument is the strength of bar is proportional to the number of checkers on the opponent's 24 point.
Okay.
So the idea is if he's only got 1 on the 24, then the value of making the bar has gone down.
I like that. Yeah. I think the value of hitting that blot was reasonably high too, that we have pretty good containment structure for that single checker back already.
Yes, we're getting a second one sent back is going to be very dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so that's good. So now maybe we can creep up. So Chris seems to be getting the upper hand in this game.
Yeah, looking strong for the white checkers.
He seems to be way ahead.
Yeah, and he is missing some
he's
small
ahead
cubes
in the race. He's got a stronger board, stronger prime.
Oh, this is a beautiful. Okay, stepping up is certainly good, but we're down in the race here, so I'm more inclined. The first thing I saw was making the 9 point here, just making a blocking structure.
I missed that, but I think that's clearly best.
Okay,
this is a lot more dynamic.
Yeah.
So there's an argument for duping the 3s.
Mm-hmm. We are outboarded though, and we don't necessarily want to step up and escape with that back checker when they're this far in the race anyway.
The 5 point at the bottom of the board is the crucial point as to who makes that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think White had a threat to make it just yet.
Okay.
2-1, he sends the second one back. Can't be much wrong with that.
Yeah, Christmas is a big cube now on the volatility here. Five and 6 in. Okay.
So I guess we've got to make a run for it here, in the absence of anything else.
Yeah, all our other checkers are placed where we want them. So no need to destroy anything.
That's very good. So yes, you can view the position and say we've done everything we could possibly do at the bottom of the board. So now we've got to switch our focus and try and get the guy at the top out.
Yeah, and we're winning the race, and we can, even when we're hit after running, we're still ahead in the race. So we have a few tries at it too. We might as well start trying now.
Yeah, so that I would have gone to the 8. I would have liked the extra builder. So 2-6 is bad.
Yeah. What are we giving up here?
I would give up the 7 or the 8. So at least if he hits, he's going to give up the anchor and get some downside from it.
Maybe there's like some duplication of the 7, but also I just like having the returns when my opponent, I don't know, feels safer somehow, like I'm going to get more returns on it, but he finds the best of it. Okay. Good play there.
3-4, so we can point on head or hit outside. I think I would make the 2 point. Oh, I've misread the dice. Is it 3-6?
Oh, the 6-3 can continue and link up with the 11th.
Right, yeah. So I saw it as 3-4, so that's why I was off track. So 4-5 is not good.
No, I guess I don't know what to do with this. I guess I'm just running one of the back checkers somehow.
Well, can we make the 2 point? That's the other plan, and say that
it is an idea. Yeah, I was noticing
we're going to get hit somewhere next time, that maybe we could have the board.
Yeah. I was noticing that making the 2 point looks better than putting a blot on the ace. But it's still, I'm not sure why I want to get another one in the mix. This makes a lot of sense to me, but the bot does like making the 2 point and having the 4 point board instead. Okay. Yeah, I guess the race is getting closer where the upside on getting away with this isn't as high. The downside's pretty bad. So it's time to focus on that contact. Okay. And now Christopher O'Connor actually the favorite in this game too. We've turned that around as well.
So hit outside or point on head or hit twice.
I think I like this play. This looks pretty nice.
I think I'd probably have gone the point on head, but I just spent a bit more time on it.
They do seem to be close every time that we're thinking about that as well. And now Chris Bray with an interesting decision. Doesn't have the time to make the 23 and sit on that, but for a roll, it might be kind of nice to have. So I'm in a bit of a bind here. I'm not sure.
I like this idea. I like attacking the blot on the 9 and saying to black, you've got to do something about that next time.
Okay.
A bit of pressure on him for the moment.
Yeah. So 6-4 should be getting hit somewhere. I guess I'm not sure though. Probably just point on head on the deuce. We do have a loose hit option too, though.
I say we can point on head, right? Yeah, so we can play safe as well. We can go to the 11 and 5. Just looking at what's.
Oh, yeah, okay. And he's slightly ahead in the race after doing that. But our opponent's about to make a lot better board, so I kind of want to take advantage of the looseness in board now.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
so I think you're right that you.
Wow, the safe play is slightly better, though, and he finds it. Okay, very well played.
It might be to do with the fact the cube's still in the middle, so he's kind of got a threat of doubling in the next roll or two.
Right. That makes a lot of sense.
So he didn't double there. I'm guessing it probably was a double. Easy to be wiped after once you've seen the 2-2 coming. You can say we had a lot of threats in that position.
Well, I guess he does have a 5-point match lead too. Are you still doubling given the score situation?
Yes, that's.
Marty
wrote a great article a few years back about 5-point matches. And he characterized 2 types of games. That's what he called the type A, type B. And type A games are races and holding games or mutual holding where there's hardly any gammons for either side. Type B games are priming games and blitzes and back games or deep anchors when there's lots of gammons for both sides. And if you're in a type A game when there's hardly any gammons, then you needn't worry too much about the match lead. It's not a case that your opponent's going to take the cube, redouble, and then win 8 points. It's basically, you're going to play for 2 or 4 points depending on how the game goes.
Yeah, that tends to be how I think I explain it in my book too. Just that, like, the gammonish versus not is a huge difference.
Right. Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. But we got to a double pass position there, even at the score last time, with the split and everything. 70-some% wins and 20% gammons is still enough to claim with a decent amount left to go in the match. So, all right. When we have the lead as Christopher as well, we love just doing simple things like anchoring up here. So
yes, so you just get to a gammonless position, or effectively a gammonless position.
Yep. Chris needs
2-1. He can do that, or he could make the 5.
Yeah, anchor of his own he goes for, but I would have been thinking about the 5.2. Just the offensive structure, and the 22 is a little bit weak this early. 5-1 doesn't do much. Not really leading the race, so
exactly. So maybe we just put 2 on the 8 point and hope for something better.
That's something. I'm quite inclined to like slot something.
The positive bit for black is we've got the better anchor. We've got the 4 point against the 3 point.
Okay.
So just if we can prime him, we're going to have better chances than him priming us.
Yeah. Okay. You have the right idea there.
Yeah, so Mitch, he called this the butterfly anchor, didn't he? The 3 point anchor.
Right.
So I think it's a very good anchor in the early stages of the game. So it stops you being blitzed and stops your opponent being a bit too gratuitous with slotting. But the longer the game goes on, the worse it gets to be as an anchor. So Black's anchor is going to slowly overpower it. So this is a brilliant roll. So just carry on with those 2 and get into a race when we're ahead, hopefully.
Yeah. We saw already that, like, a reasonable option for Chris was just run off that anchor last time and otherwise leave blots in front. So he can advance it Is it worth coming all the way up to the 20 here? Of course, we'd love to
Yeah, so
unstack those
that's the
6
question.
checkers.
I mean,
Yeah.
what is the race? It's going to be 11 after the play, is
Yeah.
that right?
Right. So probably then, right? Like we're not going to have time to sit all the way back, and we don't want our opponent to make priming points in front of us. So, I mean, the other option that I see is the 21 in the 5.
Yes, so
Yeah.
I agree with you. So at least with the 21, we've got much more racing chances, much less chance of being
Yeah.
primed. So I'm happy to take this position, even if black gets a prime in front of us, provided the race is okay. So
Interesting.
2-1 is
Okay.
useless again. So I guess we just play 6-3.
Yeah, the bot greatly preferred just staying back for maximum contact there and working on the board. Okay.
So that's probably just because we were behind in the race.
Yeah, yeah. I thought it was maybe not behind enough to do that, but it doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, so they're always difficult when you really have two contrasting plans, and you have to choose really what's better for the long term.
Right.
So if that's 6-4, he can make the bar.
Uh-huh.
So yes, another hint for Chris was if you stay back on the 22 point, you get more contact, more hitting. You're going to be playing for more points. When you come up to the 21 or the 20, you're essentially getting to this gammon free position again.
Mm-hmm.
So 3-5. 3-5. Do we clear the 11? Is it helping that much?
Yeah, he's got a racing lead, so I'm inclined to get rid of something like that. I don't think it's helping too much. But yeah, his other option is to stack up the 3, which just looks too stiff. I think I like your initial instinct. Yeah. Looks good. Looks good. Progressing nicely towards the simple game that he desires. Okay, but he's going to go for the board point and contact instead. 5-4 rolls forward nicely for Chris. And 6-5 is a beautiful clearing roll. Okay. Yeah, I feel like all his work would be done if he'd cleared the 11 too. Now there's a little bit left to do here, but I think we can still have cubes incoming soon. 11 pips is probably enough to keep it off for now, but it's getting close for Christopher.
So, yeah, I'm not sure about the race. I mean, it says 18 on the screen at the moment, and we just rolled an 11, so I guess 7 is not going to be enough to double.
Right.
Especially with the gap on the 5 points that is still there.
Yeah.
So you've got these sort of positions. I kind of think you have to make a list as to what you've got to do to win this game. So you've got to clear the 11 and you've got to make the 5. Mm-hmm. So I'd ask the question, say, if you do one of these next time, is it going to be a big pass if you missed your market by a lot?
Yeah.
You know, so if you roll 4-5 and you clear the 11 safely.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should have made the 2 then. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it seems a little more pure. I'm not sure. A little bit better, but not a big one.
Chris has gained a bit more in the race now.
Yep.
6-3. So now he's got the 5, has he?
Oh, he can make the 5 point. Yeah, and that's a huge improvement on its way home, but it leaves like 4 fatal fly shots. So you always have to think about trying to find a safe play instead.
Yeah, I just don't think there was a safe play. Right, so now he might be in business. Now he's got the 5 point made and the 11 cleared.
Yeah, but it's only 5 pips too, and it's looking easy enough for Chris to run. So can't be like too bad, but it's just
no. I mean, Paul Weaver did a pair of positions like this where he contrasted the advanced anchor against the race, and he said his position was with the 5 point anchor, and the conclusion was that having the anchor is actually better than the race. That you've obviously got some hitting chances, but you've got some chances of being attacked when you come off the 4 point. But what is true all the time is when you're on the 4 point, he can't go there. So it costs him in the bear off when he starts bearing off without the 4 point.
Oh, look at this. Somehow we've actually gotten a market loss already. I would not be thinking about passing this, but I guess the contact's a lot weaker. The race is better. There's wasted pips on white side.
Yeah, the 4 point seems to be worse than the 5 point when you get to these late positions.
Yeah. So
like
before we were slightly ahead, where we were slightly early for a cube, and we've gotten straight to double pass territory. Common thing, I guess, to happen at the score, where you just have a strong preference to claim games instead of getting in time.
Yes.
And deal with the recube.
No, I agree with you entirely.
Yeah. But he's going to miss this one and roll on? Okay. Understandable there. I'm not sure. I mean, I think I would have sent it, but I wouldn't have expected that I had a pass by any means.
Okay, so this is a tough play. I suspect you should clear the 7 here.
Yeah, the distribution just looks much nicer, and you get 2 checkers instead of leaving one outside, right?
Yeah, so as you say, there's one less crossover, and White's much more comfortable running off the anchor here.
I certainly would not have guessed that it was this much different, but actually had a strong preference for
it. It's because the cube is live, so next turn we're...
And we have improved here. Okay, so he does find the cube here. I wasn't sure that this was actually that much stronger of a position, but sure, Chris has cracked his board further, even less contact, even more wastage. So we'll see if we can find the pass there.
Yeah, so it seems to be about 100 worse than last time, the fact that we're stuck one roll back. Yeah, so last time, I like you, I had a suspicion I'd be taking last time, but this one looks much more suspicious for White. It's kind of like, well, Black might win through hitting you, but he might, a lot of the time, he's just going to win through winning the race.
Right, yeah. Looks tough. And Chris Bray correctly finds a pass there. We're going to move on to 6 away, 13 away. No points on the board yet for Chris Bray.
Yeah, so one of my students, he's mooted to me this idea that I've never considered before about match play, is that you look at the ratio of the points you need compared to your opponent. So it's here you can see Chris needs twice as many points as the other Chris.
Okay.
So I haven't tested this theory yet. It's a new idea to me that I'm thinking about. But it gives you a clue as to how much you need to panic a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see there's an earthquake there. They're changing so much. He knows he has to panic. So 4-3 is great. That makes the 10.
Yeah. Not sure what's going on with that. I'll find out after the match.
6-2. Yeah.
13 to 11 is such a beautiful containment checker here now.
Yes. Very good point.
And he'll be hit. I guess the 2 just comes down as well.
Yes. So we've got to hit him on the bar, haven't we? We can't give him the chance just to make that.
Yeah.
So can't see anything else.
Look at that. Continuing to the 5 is a little bit better. Okay. I would not have found that. 3-2. Butterfly anchor acquired. And Christopher looking to do a whole bunch of cleanup on this roll. Can't get it all done, but maybe just... Wow, what do we do here?
I'd get the last guy out. I'd say, well, once I've done that, then if I'm not hit, then I've won.
Quite reasonable. Yeah, the first, if I'm not thinking about that, then these 2 down for, seems like the best structure kind of balance, but now I'm disconnected from my back checker. So, yeah.
Yes.
Kind of paused and thought about it. Okay, missed that, yeah.
So, one thing I've come up with is this idea that whenever your opponent gives up the midpoint, then that is a clue to you that the containment game is where you should be aiming. So there's a big difference between containment and priming. So priming, you make a block and you say if your opponent jumps it, you've lost. But containment game, you say, well, okay, I can't make a block, but what I'll do is just make sure that let him run into the outfield, then I'll hit him and send him back again, and we win the game slowly.
All right, way down in the race, better board. Of course, we're going for the hit. Trying to, that's part of the containment game plan too. When they creep up to high points, we have to take them off them.
Yes.
Nice response for Christopher. And then the 2 out, not clear to give 6s from the bar, but probably nothing better than that. Yeah, 8-6.
Yeah, so this is a good play. So now he's got his zone of contact back by entering on the 24th.
So Chris with the better positional situation for sure, and then Christopher just trying to escape to a winning race.
Yeah, so last time when Chris had an extra attacker, I would have thought of doubling the fan, but now we've got another casualty and one less attacker. Well, I think we've got to, he's correctly waiting.
Ooh, the 3's not so good. I guess it's just going to place a blot behind to the 3.
Yep.
And I still don't think this is enough threat for Chris Bray, but he does have much better board. Probably he's really close to it. So unlikely to have to deal with recubes, that we can send these pretty aggressive. 4-1, interesting. I don't really want the 9 points. I feel like I'd try to find something better than this, but I don't know.
Yeah, so that's a very good point. You could have just played 13-8 and tried to make the 8 point because there's the blot at the top of the board.
Right, yeah. So there are a lot of options like that. Actually, just stepping up in 13-12 is fine as well. 6-1 gets to make a point. Okay, not a bad shot. Ace stepping up would have been very nice too, but I guess cleaning up the blot and only dealing with 1 seems better. And the 8 point does look stronger here. I don't mind switching to that.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I was looking at the slotting, but I think that's a little too early for the slotting. I think we can still make our position stronger with that before we grasp the bull by the horns and bet everything on making the 5 or not.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So the first time I've looked at the computer for a long time, so it's saying your play is top. Yeah. So you said it before this roll last turn that the 8 points part of our prime.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
So it's going to gain a lot when black creeps up with a 1. So if you haven't made the 8 point, black can just come up with a 1 and get a direct 6 to escape.
And now, is it even beneficial to do that? Maybe, because like a 4-3 that was closing the 20 will generate some contact now. I guess the switching play is some sort of idea too, but I think this is probably
I can see the merit of this play. The idea is you're freezing the 8 point builder that otherwise white could play a 3-4 to make the 5.
Right. So Chris is ready to get that back checker on the 24 into the action. Reasonable with the distribution and likelihood of making points next time. And the 2 down to the 11 seems really strong for trying to make the 5 point. But he's probably also trying to balance that with, do I want to give up a 3-6 to be hit? I'm not sure. Oh, you should just make the point. Oh, that's fun. Okay. That's an idea too. Just make the 5 point, and when we're missed, we're almost always making the 6 prime.
Yeah, if you don't slot it or you don't make it, then the question you have to ask is how many rolls are you going to give black to get his 3?
Yeah.
So if you don't grasp the nettle now, then you're just saying, well, okay, I'll give you 4 or 5 rolls to get your 3.
Right.
Okay, so now he's come up. Now we have to hit him.
And we can't. Nothing to do about it. The 5 can come out at least, and then.
Yeah.
Does it make any sense to come into direct range here? I guess there's some duplication if we play 13-9.
No, I'm hanging back here, despite the fact that I hate 7-3, because we want the coverage in the outfield when he jumps part of the way but doesn't get home.
I think I like that idea as well. Yeah.
So when he rolls 4-1 or 4-2 or something.
He's going to play from the back instead too. Doesn't want to give up the builder. And with this big match league, I wouldn't be thinking too much about a cube, but Chris, we're going to pause. And only a small favorite here too. Yeah, okay. 6 gets to hit 2 covers. Beautiful shot. I think we're covering and not hitting the second checker, but I guess
for sure. Like we're just getting ready to double now.
And 31 pips, like we talked about, I don't think we have to adjust too much in these kinds of positions where the threat is just wins more than gammons. This looks strong enough to me, probably.
Yes, no, for sure. It's 30 pips. It just looks a double and a pass to me.
It's actually close to fine to take on a roll here. That's very interesting. I never think of these positions as too good.
No, me neither. So I think that it's the fact the computer can do the 3-ply and say there's no rolls, leave a shot. So you might as well have one more look to see if you roll double 6.
Yeah, exactly. And he gets exactly that.
Yeah, so I'm speaking from seeing the dice. Okay, so we pointed on him, and now we make the 1 point.
My instinct was to keep it safe, but maybe making the 1 point wins a few more gammons. Yeah, you should go for that. Okay. Worth the shots. Now when he enters, the gammons have all but evaporated, but still safe for 1 roll if we want, so whatever option you like. A little bit more technically too good. Okay. And just going to claim the 1 point and move on. 13 away, 5 away. Still no points for Chris Bray. Tough start to this match.
Yeah, so I had one match against Mochi in Las Vegas where we were in the Super Jackpot. It was a 15-point match, and I made a point of letting him win 1 point because I think it's rude to win a match 15-0.
How kind of you. Okay, it looks like the players are going to take a short break here.
Right.
So you're free to as well. I can hop over to some like ads in the meantime, and we'll be back with the continuation of this match shortly. Sound good, Julian?
Brilliant. Yep. Okay. I'll get to work writing a novel.
All right. All right. Can't wait to see it. Hi, everybody. Nick Blazier here, back with another interview, this time All right, it looks like we're coming back to the board here to resume play at 5 away, 13 away.
Okay, so 3-1. Can you click your button to make it full screen for me again?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so 3-1 makes the 5, 4-1 splits against the upcoming prime.
And I like the running past solid structure. That seems very nice too. 4-1 gets to continue by making the 5 point. Okay, both 5 points established. But with Christopher with a little bit more freedom, I think safetying up that blot is better than, bar point or double hits all seem pretty weak here.
Yes, so we've got an advantage because we've got one checker back to 2. So just maintain that advantage.
Yeah.
I can see it's tempting to play 6 to 5, but you're leaving 7s and 8s, aren't you? So it's quite.
I didn't even look at the distribution play, but yeah, I think just safetying up the blot seemed really strong to me. 6-4. I guess slightly down in the race. Maybe we don't want to make such a deep point in the 2, but I don't really see much value in running here.
I would have made the 2 like you.
Yeah, okay. Goes for the run. 5-3 can't do a whole lot. This seems fine to get closer to freedom. Maybe just cleaning up would have been the idea too, but he steps into it instead. Okay, so Chris going to be attacking whenever he can here, but cannot with this roll. So I think, again, we're just stuck bringing a checker to safety now.
Yeah, so it looks like the race is about level, doesn't it, after this?
Yeah, small advantage for black, so white favoring contact for sure.
Yeah, so black's got to the edge of the prime. He's threatening to escape, and white isn't there yet.
Can't do it quite yet, so I think the best improvement is just the 9 here. I like that play.
Yep.
Yeah. And 5-3.
Very often, right, when you can add a new point for nothing, basically.
Ooh, that's tricky, yeah. So he finds the run here now that he's behind a lot of structure instead of making the point behind. Strong play. I might have been tricked into making the 3 point.
Yes, me as well, but I'd have taken some time over it.
Yeah, I found the play pretty quickly. 2-5. What do we need to do now? Is it helpful at all to step out to the bar and distract? Most of the numbers
I don't think
hit.
so, because when you go to the bar, you're not threatening to make it. I mean, if he rolls his 8 to escape his back checker, he'll just ignore you, I think.
Yeah. Interesting. Best is to hop out there. Okay. Yeah, my idea there was just that I don't know how often he wants to hit with a 6 or a 2 anyway, or make that point. Also, I guess rolls like this that come around 21 to 11 in general.
Yes, as you say, you can't hit
now.
10s and 11s that way for sure.
Yeah. 3-2 is going to attack on the high point. Finally, Chris gets a hitting number. Okay. And a lot of swinging on this sequence. That's going to do it all for Christopher.
Yes, he seems to be relying on double 2s to win games for him one turn.
So I think we make the 7, and then we don't really have any good 2s.
Prime, can't we? Is that possible?
I don't think. No, we were from the bar, so I don't think so, unless I missed it. This looks best to me. Yeah, 2-1 enters 2, and this seems like even again with the score, fine to claim if he wants to, but yeah, maybe you're right that it's too good.
Yeah, no,
but it's actually early. No, okay. And this is a clear take for Chris with his opponent only 5 away and the value of the recube here. That's a tough one to find. He's going to let it go. Wow.
It is, yes. So you can see with the gammon wins, there's gammons for both sides. Is really why the computer's saying you want to get involved in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of numbers I'm looking for at like a 3-away scoreline. And maybe I'm just not as used to these like longer 13-point matches, but it's harder to find when it's 5 away, many away like that. Like the threat of the recube isn't as clear to me.
There's a general rule that letting your opponent get to 4 away is really bad.
Sure, of course. So yeah.
If you're passing and letting him get to 4 away, that's a very good argument in itself of saying you should take your chances.
All right, what is 6-3 going to do?
Well, we have to move from the back with a 6 and then choose whether to go on or stay there.
Okay.
I think I might have stayed, but the score is going to argue for just keeping the game simple.
Yeah, okay. It's always hard for me to run off the back when I'm down in the race anyway, though. There's like such little upside, you know. I guess 5-2 is happy to come around now. Okay, it's going to do it this way. Maybe.
So I guess we could have had some builders in the outfield with 10 and 11, but White's got a stronger board. We don't want blocks knocking about. So it looks like Chris has finally got a good roll.
Yeah, that's interesting. He overplays it there too. He could have just made the 2. No need to leave the ace shot. He's probably cubing and claiming most of the time either way, I guess is the idea.
Yes, I mean, I'm not quite sure how old you are, but us older players, we tend to favor the pure plays.
Yeah.
Right, so what's the race like? If we're ahead in the race, we can double.
Yeah, that's 20 pips ahead. The cube seems like very strong and clear to me, and I'm surprised after this running play that he actually has the option to take it. I would be feeling pretty scared in this position at this score, I think.
Like you, I wouldn't be jumping on this. Yeah. So what does it say? 950. I mean, it's not like it's a massive error to pass it.
No.
So I mean, for black, you can argue if I don't get hit on roll 1, then White's got this problem of getting off the 18 point, which is non-trivial. Whatever the computer says, I'm passing this as black.
Yeah, it's hard to see the game plan. I guess the plan is just to get missed, and there's an open 5 when we do it. Okay.
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
One.
So yes, the 5 is open, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so hit is good. And then do we break the 18?
Yeah, the 5 not so strong. Feels premature for that. It still feels like there's a lot of offensive work to do, and it can go very wrong if we just get hit.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do it. I can't see a good 5, and I think this is the time to do it.
Wow, I would have been very scared to do that, but you've got it right. Okay. Very small amount. I don't mind just stacking up there. I guess it's a little stiff for long term, but okay.
Yeah, well, this is where the excitement comes from. This is where we get all our gammons when he comes in and hits us and we hit him back.
But if we have to play a 2-1 this way, then it sure does feel like a take. Or if we have to play a 5-2 this way. But okay, 2 enters and hits. Nice shot there. The 5-6 is going to fan. Wow. Okay, and now Chris sitting on a 2 cube and threatening to gammon Chris Bray for the match here.
Yeah, so not using the cube is his strategy, I think.
Yeah.
So we can hit or make the 4. I think I'm probably hitting. That's too safe. You want to hit and probably go to the 10.
Yeah, no. Oh, after double 4s, we might change our mind.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
We can see into the future. Right, so Chris, the white Chris is back in this.
Wow, huge turnaround there, too. Now he's a favorite again, right? Ahead in the race and everything, so...
Yeah, so we've got a guy in the outfield with an 8, but we could try and make the 5. So if you can't move the back checkers, that's the only play, isn't it?
Yeah. Looks like it. I would love to be looking at the match progression graph right now. I bet it's just going wild in this game particularly.
Yeah, it was just a blip.
Some big spikes there.
4-3. Right, so we're off and running.
Yeah. That's the next problem to solve. I guess if we get lucky enough to make the 5 point.
Last time we did this, you said I shouldn't do it. And
well, it feels quite different now. Isn't I feel like 4-point boards in this like priming structure are just, I don't know. Everything's placed where we want it now. I can see it now. Wow, I don't know what to do with the 3 here.
I'm thinking 8 to 5 looks a bit safer, but
yeah.
I would count the shots. So 5 we don't really want to leave. Mm-hmm. So what's the roll here?
6-2 it looks like. So yeah, I guess he doesn't want to be under pressure under all these builders now, and has some temptation to leave the 21. Maybe that is the best distraction play. Why not just run to the 13?
Yeah,
of course the natural idea is 14.
There's a radical alternative of hitting on the ace, but
you're right. Making the ace is very strong there. I would not have thought of that.
And I stopped halfway through, and I'm just saying that's an alternative play that I wouldn't make.
Yeah, after you hit on the ace, you should switch to it as well. That's fascinating. I guess the tempo looks quite valuable here. And we're leaving so many shots anyway.
Yeah, so the problem for white here is when you get away with it, then you've lost all your gammons anyway.
Yeah.
You're just converting into a race.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
When you do the hitting play, you're suddenly saying, well, there's more gammons for both sides, and that's better for me.
Very interesting. Yeah, and so that's actually calling for the hit on the ace here as well, which Chris is just going to play it passive one more time. Okay. Ooh, 4-6 is a beautiful shot. Hops all the structure. Still down in the race, so still has containment work to go. But yeah, I think by not hitting a few times here, Chris Bray has really let this one kind of slip through, and now Christopher with very strong winning chances. 4-1 gets to hit.
Hits. Any doubles? No, so that looks a good play. Just maximizing covers everywhere.
Not a lot of gammons in this position for Christopher, so he's going to have to start thinking about when, if ever, it makes sense to get into the recube. His opponent has to...
recubing is not on the agenda here, I think. That if you give the other Chris a sight of a 4 cube, then it's immediately going to 8, and suddenly the scores are tied. If the cube was in the center, I'd be happy thinking about doubling, but redoubling is, as I say, is not on the agenda.
Yeah. There's still some point where he's winning enough where it's not worth it. I'm trying to, if I had to like ballpark the math, I can just look it up too. But he only gets to 5 away, 4 away, which is like 45%. So, and he's in the risk in, like, he could pass and also let the game go to, maybe covering the 6-5 was a little bit better there. I'm not sure, but okay. Yeah, I won't do math out loud here, but I don't know. I'm like the formula when it's only 45 to gain and your other side is still 2 away, 13 away Crawford, which is something. I don't know. Like probably maybe it's like 10% or something.
I wouldn't argue with you that there's going to be a point where you're going to pass, but 10 away, 3 away is not good. You're kind of looking for any excuse to get out of that.
Yeah.
So 2 is he creeping up? That's the question.
It does look to be about 9% here, so he's going to have to get a long way into it for sure.
So I think we should creep. Oh, sorry, I've got the players wrong. Right, so bottom Chris is still trying to roll a 6.
Yeah. Interesting. So you want to play a 2 up as white in this position, you think? Potentially your last roll you would have to pressure the strip to 9?
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
So it's what scared me was him making the bar, that if he points on me, then I was thinking that there's still 2 points to enter on.
Yeah. Look at this. He's got enough racing lead that he should just hop out to the bar point and try to get away with this. He's not
so I looked at that and I thought, well, it's 27 shots plus
But they're all shots that are not making a 4-point board now. We're giving up board of our own.
The computer's categorically right here on the basis that it can see far enough ahead. And I guess even when you get hit on the bar point, you're still getting 6 returns there, aren't you?
Yeah, quite a few right now. That's a good point. Unless he lifts it, which he very well might. But okay.
Is that a 6-2? Does that just make the prime?
Yep.
Well, that looked easy enough. Right, so I'd certainly think of doubling now when I've got the prime.
Yeah. And can you possibly take as Chris? Yeah, it's still shy. These are so hard to evaluate. How do you know ever that you have 15% winning chances in a position like this, you know?
So
you got to study.
That looked a little inaccurate. So,
oh, really?
I'd have left the one at the back because now he's got potentially bad 5s and 6s, leaving a blot somewhere.
And so in this position, it's not so likely that he'll win a gammon, but there's at least some chance of it. So I think he actually is going to pretty easily skate to technically too good for most of this game now.
Yeah, so this I can't seem to see the dice properly, but I think the play was to clear the bar there when you've got the big race lead sorted out.
Yeah.
So that's potentially where your shots can come from with a bad 6. However, he's negotiated that hurdle.
Yeah. So 3 in, off, and then 4 to 1. Sure, okay. So not time to start really thinking about the gammon yet. Like you were saying, there's very few of them, so he should prioritize safety here. But if he can clear some more checkers and get some fans, they'll start to show up.
So I think you've got to be careful of being hit here. So I think just 4 off. Yeah, this is might well even be better.
Sometimes the 5 to 4 is okay there. It seems like XG doesn't mind the compromise of the 6-5 for everything else working great.
Yep.
In the long-term safety of it. All right, 6-3 is going to play safe. He gets another fan, and now the gammons must be showing up for real, right?
I'm
still not.
Don't
quite.
Believe it, frankly.
Okay.
But then again.
Right. And after he
enters, I sometimes disagree on these things. I find I often get to positions where I say I'm going to win 100%, and the computer doesn't quite see it that way.
Wow, and here we are at 2 away, 13 away now. Still with no Chris Bray on the board. Tough match for him.
So 2 away, you've got to be really aggressive with doubling on Chris Bray's side.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think most people know this, that we used to think that you wouldn't want to double your opponent into match, but once you've given them the cube, they can never use it against you. What's this? You started with 2-0, 2-2, 2-1, right?
There we go. Any hint of an advantage in the opening, and the cube should be coming from Chris. Even this, if Christopher doesn't make some sort of improvement here, then I think it's good enough. The bar point might be enough to hold it off, but this is still
I'm still double now.
Yeah, it's quite close. It's a little bit shy, but I mean, close enough where it's really optional. All right, 6-3 is going to make the 5 point, and this is the kind of likely market loss, right? When we roll on our best ones and don't get hit or anchored against. Aces can keep it off, though, I think. Do we need to make the offense and not the 22 here? Probably.
No, we want to make the 5 and the anchor, is my vote.
Yeah.
So that way we stop the blitz and we get our prime.
Yeah. 6-2 gets to hop out. Great improvement for Chris.
I guess that's right, rather than rolling the prime forwards.
Yeah. He is always quick to kind of like make those stacky plays, though, right? All right, this is a small advantage for Chris Bray again. Oh, 5s fixes everything. Wow. Dice are on fire for Christopher in this one. This is like tournament winning dice, right?
Yes, so I expect Chris Bray is probably pleased he didn't follow my advice with the early double.
And what is this? This is 16 pips. This is like reasonable to start to think about a cube here now too.
Yeah, certainly when you're cubing from the center. And again, that I can't see Black's got negligible gammon losses here.
Yeah, right.
So like you say, I think maybe the race just wasn't enough to start with. I'm not sure what the pip count was before he rolled.
Sure, before the roll.
Certainly, if it was 20, I'd give it a go. But I think it was 16 before. So yeah, I mean it's there or thereabouts, shall we say?
Still quite shy according to the equity here. So I think what XG wants to do in these positions is get to a fairly clear pass. And we're not quite there yet, right? With the open 5 point and the reasonable race. So once we can get where we think we've lost our market for money, I think is when it'll come in.
Yeah, as you say, there's the gap at the front, the 4 point.
Yes.
So like I said with one of the earlier ones, it's how many things do we have to tick off our list? So we've got to save our blot, we've got to clear the midpoint, and we've got to make the 4 point. So how many of those do we need to do before he'll be regretting taking?
Right. Yeah. All right. Rolling home quietly so far. Still hasn't been able to fill in that 4-point gap. Aces can't quite do it. Can smooth out some distribution though. Is there any sense ever to like switching to the 4 here? I don't see why that would be better.
I can't either. No.
It's quite close,
so
though.
I guess if you keep all the builders in front of the 4, you've got more chance of making it than if you shift 2 of them to the 4 point. You've automatically lost 2 checkers to make the 5 point.
Yeah, good point there. Okay, 3-3 can make the 10 and the 5, I think is what we want to fill in, and then we're cruising. Is it better to just play no contact like this? Yeah, okay.
Not certain, I think.
Yeah, I'm surprised it is. Okay.
I mean, we got 4 builders, so 4 builders usually means that you're something like 50-50 to make the point every roll.
Yep, and now we have a claim here, but he's going to pass that by, even with the open 4 point.
I was certainly thinking that we've probably gone enough now in terms of going forward.
And I'm not sure if Chris Bray would have found a pass there or not either, you know? It can be hard to let these go and go to Crawford in situations like this. The distribution is worse enough now that it looks like we have lost our cube too.
Yes, like you say, that the last time when we looked at it at the beginning, there were 4 builders to make the 4 point, and now there's really only 2 builders.
Yeah, the moment's gone. The flexibility, it's so interesting how sensitive that is. That we have enough threat of the likelihood that roll before, and then when we don't cash in on the threat, now we don't have a cube anymore. But it can swing by that much. 6-1.
Yeah, so the other thing is it's going to go up again sometime in the near future when White has this decision that he's going to have to break his board or leave some blots.
Right. And we're back into past territory. Okay, this is an interesting one. I'm not sure. The contact looks kind of nice for Chris Bray here. This could be a very challenging cube if he receives it.
Yes, I mean, my reflex action would be to pass as White. It doesn't look very promising. So what does the number say? So yeah, a useful number you get from XG is what I call the N number, which is next to the green pill. So that's saying what your equity would be if no one ever doubles.
Yeah, okay.
So typically you'll find that something between 0.5 and 0.55 is a double, and something like 0.6 is going to be a pass. But it's obviously changed by you can get a feel as to what the cube action would be at a normal score and what the adjustment is.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's filled in the 4 points, so now it must be Jim.
Yeah. Yep, and he got Chris to crack some, you know, so
yep.
And I think this should be easy enough for Chris Bray to navigate, but again, at these kind of score lines, I mean, even players that know this is wrong will occasionally take these and turn around to 4. Just
you made a very good point earlier,
you know?
In terms of saying you take this and then you recube to 4 and you win it. Then it's not like you've won the match in one game.
Right. Yes. So we know the equity is better when we do this, but we're splitting hairs between now that he's at 1 away, 13 away. Crawford, he's like down below 5%, right? So it's not a whole lot of equity we're saving by passing. It's just more than if you took and re-whipped to 4 and only got the 4
there's
points
another
anyway.
thing, I think, psychologically, that stronger players like to actually lose the match when they're playing, but weaker players sort of are much more thinking it's not my day, I'll take and recube to 4 and get it over with.
Yeah. I like that.
Right, so 6-1, Chris has started well. So 0-12 gammons are pretty much worthless at this score.
Right, yeah. So it's going to be...
Yeah, effectively a DMP. Where are we going? The 4-1 hit and move the back one up to link, I would think. 4-2, right, okay.
Yeah. So then we make the blocking point in the outfield.
Yeah,
seems
it's
strong.
point. 3-6. I never know with these. I'm not sure whether to come out or not.
Yeah, I think splitting for an anchor seems pretty strong here in this, and like just seeking contact in general. I like that idea. Yeah, they're all super close though. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so the fact that gammons aren't worth anything means that you're less shy about just sort of sitting back on the 24 point and getting primed, because you're not scared of getting gammon there. You're saying, well, okay, I've always got chances of hitting from there.
Okay.
Right, so 5-2 is useless. So
that's Black's decision to just quietly clean up too with the racing lead and outboarded at this score. 5-2 making the anchor. This seems reasonable, but we can play for more contact at this DMP score.
Yeah, it's okay. This 24-22 is not good in my book.
Okay.
So the downside is usually, you get blitzed and you get gammoned, but you don't care about that here.
Yeah,
you just want the contact to hit. So one fantastic thing with this setup you've got is that people like me don't have to sweat a lot over the pip count. That
it is so nice to not have to count that out loud while you're trying to figure out positions in commentary and just have that as a resource. I agree. But the players don't get it. They've got to figure it out.
Right. So Chris is coming up. So that's an important decision. I think he's right.
Yeah, it seems like a close enough race where we can just escape with a big set and win that way. So I'd be inclined to do that. Yeah. And it also freezes the stacks from further priming us.
Yes. Yeah. As you say, that he's got the stack on the 6 point, and once you've made the 4, they can't go anywhere. So Black just has a race lead. I mean, all he needs to do is come home safely. So again, we've got the same thing we had before about whether you clear the 11 point or not.
Yeah, we could.
Is it an asset or reliability?
Yeah, slightly better. At least he chooses to activate a spare from the midpoint instead of making the point behind, which wouldn't have been serving the game plan. So
yes. Yeah. So really, you're hoping to roll a double or a lucky number to clear one of these outfield points. So the sooner you get down to just having 2 checkers there, the sooner you start cashing in on these lucky rolls.
And there we go.
Right, so clear from the rear and don't ask questions, they say.
Exactly, yep. Wow, and it's looking awfully, unless some sort of disastrous roll happens for Christopher on the way home here. I mean, just cruising home to a simple racing win in the Crawford game now after just never really giving Chris a chance for anything. Maybe he should clear there. But actually, I guess with the race close, I like his decision to leave a blocking point in front.
Yeah, I was looking at moving off moving the spare off the 8 point. I thought that was a flaw in our position.
Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, it's only 15 after the roll, so he is going to clear now. Okay, yeah, but you're right. That spare off the 8 point is a little bit better to get moving. Opens up the 5-5. Giving Chris Bray a little bit of hope, but Chris just can't find those dice anyway. So I think we're just clearing from the rear again, but now we have an interesting option with distribution here. It sure does look weird to put 8 checkers on the 6. Yeah, better to leave the 8. Wow, that's a hard find. Very natural to just clear the 8 like this.
Yeah. So this is just saying we're going for the race. We have only one plan.
Right.
Maybe the advantage of the other one is saying that we can go for the race, but we can also attack.
I think our racing distribution can get very poor very quickly with 8 checkers on the 6-2.
I mean, as I said on the previous one of these, the problem Black's got is he hasn't been able to start the 4 point.
Yeah. That did come up in that last holding game. That's a very interesting point.
So I'm confident White should run with a 6 here. What he does with the 4 is not clear to me yet. I think maybe I'd just play it round. 21-11 is maybe where I'm going with this.
It's only 7 pips after the roll. So I guess keeping some contact feels like it opens up some things that might have...
So yeah, it's to do with the 4 point. If you're staying there, he can't just say, well, okay, I'll swap the 4 point next time.
Yeah. Yeah, both out and just going for the race is his best plan, though. That's... Again, these are just so... This is like right at that break-even point, too, where we know we're running to a losing race, you know? we know our contact's better, but we can't see if we can like actually hang on to that or not, right? And so you definitely don't want to start giving up racing equity by playing too deep when the race is this close.
Yeah, so and then the question is, are you guaranteed to get out next time? You know, if Black spills off his 3', then quarter of the time you're going to be stuck.
Sure. It does look like it rates to get easier, but who knows? Yeah, okay. He finds the best play, though, and runs and just tries to take his 1 in 4 shot at winning the race here. And distribution's still just a horror for Chris.
Yeah, so that was an interesting play. So he actually played 6-4, which I think
wasn't clear to me. 2 to the 5 could have been 5 as well, fine as well. But okay, 6 solves everything. Never mind.
Yeah, so
easy
targeted rolling. So I mean, obviously he put the 9 checkers on the 6 points and said, well, double 6 is going to work well now.
Yeah.
So now maybe he might have to waste a pip with that.
Oh, no, he still gets. He finally slots the ace point just like he wants now too, and I think the next set of 6s solves everything just fine, right? 4 3s fills in another gap. There we go. Surviving it. All right. Well played match by both two. It was a super interesting one. We got into a lot of positions. I mean, I shouldn't be writing it off yet. Anything can happen in backgammon, but it's looking strong for a shutout against Chris Bray to start it off. That's a nice way to start your weekend.
Yes, I remember Kent Goulding talking about positions like this, and he said the key is that you want to figure out what is the chance that the roof is going to fall down on your head.
Okay.
And when that exceeds your game-winning chances, it's the time to quit.
I gotcha. That's a fair point. Most of us are used to just never giving up our potential match equity, but there are other considerations. Oh, maybe this is right, just to reduce it to a 4 roll. I like that. Okay. And Chris gonna resign the game there. And there you have it. That's going to be your first match winner is going to be Christopher O'Connor. Very well played. And not giving Chris Bray a single point the whole way there.
Yeah, an amazing result. So, yes, I mean, when I started off, I was saying sort of, that the top Chris was in the middle of the rankings and Chris Bray was number 1 in the rankings. And so the fact it would be 13-0 for the so-called weaker player was certainly a surprise.
Yeah. I wonder if we have do I have this window open here too? Let me see if I can get for fun. I mean, there were some big swings in that where Chris was maybe getting back into it, but it just looks like simple little we can see where Chris had some hope along the way in the match progression, but generally a pretty steep downhill slide there.
Yeah, can you have a look on towards the right-hand side of the XG menus?
Yeah. What do you want to see over there?
I'm trying to remember what it's called. Like as I say, towards the right-hand side, the most extreme right one on the menu.
Windows?
In XG. You were looking at it in XG.
Oh, I was looking at the match progression. Do you want to see that again?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to see
the match progression is one of the options when you look at analyze that thing.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see the dice or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think this is quite a useful one because there's entering from bar is one of the things where it says what you would expect and what you achieved.
Ah, okay.
And then there's racing dice at the bottom, which is how you performed in the race.
Yeah.
I think the entering from the bar is often a key as to whether you win or lose matches.
Gotcha. Well, cool stuff, Julian. I think that's all we've got for this match. We're going to take a break till the next one starts up, which I think the scheduled time for that was still about an hour and 10 minutes from now. So I'll probably put some break material on for now and take a short break myself, and we'll be back with more round 2 action soon. And Julian, you'll be joining me tonight for the Super Jackpot at 7 p.m. UK time?
Yes.
7:30.
So we're not sure about the time.
Yeah.
I think last time I spoke to Andrew, or last time he emailed me, he was saying it was 7:30 was his expected start time.
Yeah, that's what I've got too. Yeah. So we'll plan on that.
Right. Okay, so best of luck with the others for today, and we'll catch up later on, I'm sure.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Julian.
Pleasure. No, not at all. Thank you. It's been a pleasure for sure.
Awesome. We'll be back soon, everybody.
Cheers then. Take care.
Bye now. What's up, everybody? Nick Blazer back here with more action from the RAC London Open 2023. I had Julian Federline helping me out on the last match. So much thanks to him. And now we've got his partner in the backgammon workshop, Sebastian Wilkinson, playing on stream next against Oliver Squire. Both younger players from the UK and top, like, cream of the crop from over there for sure. Seb always very competitive at the UBC tournaments and things if you haven't seen him play out there yet. And Oliver, like, maybe slightly newer to the game than Seb, but still playing really sharp and definitely like a contender for one of the top players in the scene over in the UK as well. So I'm really excited for this matchup. We should be getting soon there. You can see, I think that's Seb with his back to us talking to Jason Pack over there, Mate walking through every now and then. But yeah, so there's Oliver coming to sit down as well. Everyone dressed really nice at the RAC Open as well. Maybe this is why I had to do this remote, because I don't have a suit to wear to the event. But we'll be getting started with this match real soon. I'm super excited for this one. Martin Barkwell in the background there too. Okay. Lots of names that I'd love to be there, like talking to in person as well. Last match we saw Christopher O'Connor just complete blowout against Chris Bray. Chris Bray couldn't get anything going. So unlucky for him, but interesting match for sure. Lots of fun decisions and plenty to learn from it. So that's a good one to watch. And yeah, I expect this one to be, like I said, very sharp, very tough matchup. Excited to see how they both perform. And I was taking a look at the brackets earlier too. I don't have a way to share those, but you can go look at them. The link's in the description of the video. I've got a bunch of good information in the description of the video, so go check that out. Transcriptions from previous matches if you're interested in that. All kinds of fun stuff. But yeah, on the other side of the bracket, facing the winner of this match will be, it looks like Reese Hodges and some other opponent over there. And Reese is another, I think, younger name in the UK backgammon world right now, right? So that could be exciting to see them advance and all the... I mean, too bad the young players have to knock each other out, but that's an exciting part of the bracket. Always nice to see what the next generation of backgammon's going to look like. Yeah, super excited for this one. They should be starting in about a minute. Yeah, any second now. So I'm going to slip over to the commentary screen here and get ready to go too. And of course, thanks to... Jeffrey Parker Boards sponsoring this beautiful board for the tournament here too. You can go check out their luxury backgammon boards online. Rain Backgammon provided the nice matching XG skin for this too. So all kinds of cool contributions there. Of course, Andrew Selby and his Backgammon London group. I think that's like the official who's running the tournament thing. But of course, UK BGF involved as well. So go check out their YouTube channels and sites and all these kinds of things too. And show your support, and that logo up top is that Royal Automobile Club. So kind of them to let us into this space to have such a nice setting for the tournament. It looks beautiful in that playroom. I'd love to be there. We'll have more help from Julian Federline on commentary through the weekend as well. I think he's going to come back for the first round of Jackpots tonight at 7:30 UK time. So that's still, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours from here now or something like that. It's a ways off. No, not that long. 5 hours? Math is hard. but yeah, we'll have more of him. He'll be joining me for the finals and stuff. I thought he did an awesome job in that first round. If you haven't heard Julian on commentary before, definitely go check out that match. Lots of interesting insights in that one. And it was fun for me to figure out how to have a co-commentator for the first time on a stream, all these things that I'm just sort of figuring out on the fly. It's exciting when they work out. Ooh, I want to recenter this board a little bit here too. All right. But yeah, scheduled start time is 1 minute ago. So they'll be starting any second here. We'll give them a second to get over the board there. And in the meantime, I'll keep trying to make the picture look as pretty as possible. Feel like we could have a little bit more room on the bottom there. Yeah? Yeah, how's that look? Pretty good. Now we got to make it shrink a little bit too. All right. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. More beautiful. Yeah. I think that's what I got. All right, we can see both players getting ready to take their seats there. Seb playing the white checkers on bottom, Oliver playing the black checkers on top. A little bit of coordination here. I think Mate's probably just got to give the go-ahead on the floor there, and then we'll be off. If you haven't played on these Jeffrey Parker boards, they're all like leather, dyed leather to make it this orange color, but really nice leather through the whole playing field and the sides of it. The cups are covered in that. The checkers are actually leather as well with nice metal rims on them. They have a nice like clinky sound when you play with them and everything like that too. They're a real pleasure to play on. The checkers kind of skate around on them real nice too. Very high quality board. I think they're trying to figure out what dice are going to show up on stream best. We'll do our best, whatever they give us. What they should really do is just use like a dice app. Oh yeah, this is probably like the worst combo imaginable. The black like guides on the board and the yellow's hard to see. But okay, off we go. 6-4 to start is, I think, still a pointing roll at these more match scores, but sometimes splitting's okay. This is the money play as well, so a lot of people remember it this way and maybe haven't seen that it's slightly different at match scores for some reason. Not that I can explain that, not that I'm certain that the bot's right with that one either, but nice response to hit, of course, and Oliver going to hit back from the bar as well. Very nice shot to start things off. Early blot hitting contest. 5-3 can anchor up and then find a 3. We're down in the race, so I guess we don't have to worry about too much, but I mean, just stepping up for mobility is fine, but slotting feels like a nice candidate too. Yeah, okay. This pressures the blot in the outfield potentially if he has trouble lifting it, but 3-1 just going to cover that. Yeah, and we can see a small error from Seb because when we're down in the race already and more checkers back, we need to come up with something to find an advantage in this game. So here I think we're just unstacking both points is probably stronger than hitting. Hitting would be great, but I just don't want to use 6 of my 8 pips to do that when I could do like 2 productive things instead. All right. 5-2 for Oliver. So he's got the simple game plan. He would love to just clean up the blot on the 18. And then the deuce is a little trickier. Maybe stepping up to the 22 is actually good here. Oh, he notices that he can point on head, though. It still feels like not indicated by the game plan to me, but it can't be too bad. Okay. So he goes for a little bit more. There must be more gammons here for sure, and some more decisive wins coming down the road. And I think Seb would rather hit on his opponent's side of the board than leave his anchor here, so I like this decision to hit on the 11, but it's more pips, so of course we have a real decision here to think about leaving the anchor and sending it back while we both only have 2-point boards. He's struggling with this one, though. It just feels a little weak and not gaining enough in the race, I guess, to hit on the bar point. A lot of returns with 6s and things like that, too. But at least when the returns come back, you know, we still have our anchor when we hit on the bar point. So it's just a more important asset than the 11 in this position. So we'd rather give up the weaker asset, I think, is the main theme here. Welcome back, Terrier. Thank you. I'm glad it's maximum beautiful. Yeah, the players have a little bit shorter time controls than usual too. So we'll see if that starts to affect Seb when he gets kind of hung up in these positions at some point. That could be something that both players are not particularly used to. This is tricky with the witch checker. We're closer to escaping if we just continue from the 20. And we're not getting, there's got to be less return hits and things like that. So that's my first instinct. But I guess playing from the back, maybe it makes a bid at both of them getting to freedom, but it just doesn't really look like it. Yeah, it accomplishes quite enough. So yeah, I think this way we try to escape one checker and we're so unlikely to be attacked. Only 2s hit back where, yeah, 6s would have been hitting back for sure from 11 to 5 here, for example. So the ace is in for Seb. And what is the best 6? When we have 4 checkers back, we really like to stay pure. And so we really don't want to have to loose hit on the ace. So making the bar seem stronger, yeah. But giving up the mid and all these shots is kind of difficult to do too. So a bit of a dilemma there, but I think he chose the best of it. 2-4 gets to hit again and make a point probably, or step up and try to escape. The blocking point feels pretty nice to me, and the landing point to come home too, but really the last problem that we have to solve is stepping up 24 to 20. So maybe now while our opponent's on the roof is best time to do that. I really don't know. This is tricky. Okay, so a bit of I guess there's just too many shots that we're going to leave if we hit and don't clean up this blot. So we just want to consolidate our position and wait. I guess when we step up with the 20, a lot of entering 3s and 1s are going to be happy to hit instead of slotting, though. So maybe we give our opponent a little bit too much to do by stepping up to the 20 here. Nice find by Oliver. And 3-6. This doesn't look like it can hit anywhere. Just immediately comes off the back anchor. I like this play quite a bit. I think this is strong from Seb. We don't tend to want to try to play a back game in air quotes when it's the 24 and 20 together. It's just not very strong. So we're looking for some way to improve that all the time. And of course we don't have the timing for any sort of ace anything game yet. So he finds maximum mobility with that way. And Oliver, yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, he should go for something a little bit bigger there, actually, and prevent anchors and everything. But understandable structural play to make a priming point in front of all these checkers back. Seb rolls a beautiful follow-up, though, to make the 2 strongest anchors available. And I think, well, Oliver, I think, needs to make the prime here because he can't afford to leave all the shots and let Seb go forward immediately. But under some pressure to get that back checker advanced for sure, too. 5-4 is a great mobility play for Seb. And wow, both players doing great in this position. There's very different game plans, of course, but the contact game plan for Seb is very alive here, despite all the back checkers. And of course, Oliver just hoping to escape quietly and win a race, a gammon if he gets lucky. So I think we do need to get moving up here and step up now. Yeah, I like this play quite a bit. Finally, there isn't too much going on the rest of the board that we can afford to just focus on this escape before we run out of time. And then the ace closer to home. Interesting. I guess there must be tactical reasons for one over the other. I guess we just contain more and they run. I'm not really sure. I don't have a strong preference with those. But the bot says maybe 8 to 7 was a little bit better for some reason. 5-4 can't really do a lot. I don't think, I mean, it's nice that we could link up with the 11. That would be a good point to have. But the 20 is doing too much work here. I don't think we can afford to release it. And as much as we hate having to play behind or something, I think it's just the lesser of evils here. So yeah, I like what Seb's looking at here. But wow, look at this. We actually should escape, leave 20 to 11, risk our pointing on head, and just make blocking structure in front of that back checker. This is a really difficult one for me to find. It seems like it's just giving up too many gammons. But I guess when we just give up the outfield, our opponent just has such a simple ride home that we have to play for a little bit more. Very nice find from Seb. That's a hard play for me to make. It just looks so scared for the 4-3, or scary for the 4-3-2-1 combos to point on head. But if we get deep into tactics, maybe we've reduced the number of good numbers here, since there's some escaping duplication with 4s, 5s hop, but what do our 6s do? Maybe that's the nice thing about it. Where before they're just happily hopping out and controlling the outfield. It makes an outpost in the outfield too, so it gives Seb some presence and control out there with this last checker trying to escape. And Oliver pausing to think about it. I think he could lose his market pointing on ahead here, so it's reasonable. But what are the anti-Joker's sequences too? I don't know. It just must be that there's a ton of game here either way, so it's not super clear and should be easy on the take side, I think. But a fine cube to get in. It's right on the borderline there. 6-2 doesn't do a lot. So I think Seb's play really played for a roll like this most effectively. This was a pretty strong roll to make the 12 before, and now it's just stuck back and under the gun. So seeing the merits of Seb's play for sure. And wow, in just a quick sequence, Seb has turned the tides in this game, and it's like 50-50 at best for Oliver, I think. Maybe even new favorite. Okay, 2s is a huge shot from the bar, though. Still not at the edge of the structure, but it's going to point on head and put a lot of pressure on Seb now as well. Yeah. Oliver's still under more pressure to roll an ace early. No dice on checker in this tournament, apparently. Okay. Ace 4. I think it's just going to clean up. No need to buy the tempo here. We want our opponent to play their rolls, especially the ones that don't have an ace. 4-2. Can make a point behind. Okay. Next best thing, just stepping up with the ace, I guess, is just rolling forward. Double 3s is a little too fast. I guess he's going to be forced to point on head now. Would have loved to just leave Oliver on the board, but there's no way to maintain our structure while doing that. So, yeah, I think he's got the right idea here, pointing on head. Best he can do, and it could buy him some time to roll some 6s and 4s and run out. Ace 5, he gets his opponent to enter in a much worse spot. Wow. And the 5 is bad. It's got a crack from the 9. Wow, he found a real disaster roll there, Oliver. And now I think Seb in really strong shape in this game. What is going on with the cube? I would not be thinking to send it here at all. But he's starting to make some threats. He's definitely got some market loss. Some gammon threat. You know, it's getting scary. But it's hard to find cubes when we have 3 checkers back to our opponent's 1. We have a little bit of gap in the structure. So definitely some liabilities and some ways for Oliver to still win this even when we roll our best. And of course we must have some really bad rolls in here too, right? I'm not sure how a 5-3 plays, but it doesn't look fun. Double 5s, all kinds of things like this. So I think pretty easy position to play out for Oliver, regardless of what happens here. And we'll see if Seb can find the weight. How many people we got with us now? 26 y'all? Welcome. 28? All right. Good to see y'all. It's still early morning for me, 8:45 over here, but I think it's like 2:45 in the UK where they're doing this. I'm getting up for early mornings for this. It's a lot of fun. Maybe more of the US crowd will join in later in the night, but I don't know. I know they're doing streaming from the Atlanta Open in the US as well. So when this wraps up later in the day, you can hop over there and have your evening backgammon filled in as well. There's no way they're playing yet, though, at 8:45, so just me for now. Wow, Seb's really spending a lot of time on this one. I guess he must have to go through the rolls and try to figure out how each is going to play out and convince himself that way. But like I said, strategically, I feel like the instinct is just that it's not going to be enough with those 3 back. He is going to find the roll on. Okay, 2-3. This is not too bad. It steps up. And does he need to slot is the question. It gives his opponent much better 2s that like escape with tempo. And it gives him the opportunity to potentially roll a 4 next time. He wants to use his 4s to escape anyway. I don't know. The reason that you slot in these positions a lot of times is because it'll help you buy time to bring these 3 checkers around. And it's a long game, and having that improvement in the asset would be very big. But it's not clear, like, after we slot, not all 4s are going to be able to cover. Maybe not even that many of them at all. So I think it's a little bit weak here. Since we're so trapped and out of time on the other side. So I think I would just play quiet on this one. These are very difficult decisions, though, of course. And we're seeing Seb creep kind of deep into his time bank already. I don't know if I mentioned if I finished this thought, but they're playing with slightly different time controls at this tournament. It's 90 seconds per point on the clock with a 12-second delay, where at most tournaments it is 120 seconds per point, 2 minutes, with a 12-second delay, same delay, but less bank than usual. So we could see that becoming a factor. You know, I'm sure that Seb and probably Oliver as well are comfortable playing speed gammon when they need to, if they get deep into the clock. But of course, you know, Seb's spending time here because he thinks he can use it to make better decisions, you know, and he might run out of the option to do that sooner than usual in a timing format like this. Any 6 or 4 is huge. Seb finds one, covers the outfield now as well, and looking strong in this position. And Oliver needs to make sure he can keep his structure without breaking. I think advancing 8 to 7 is fine. I don't think it's better to be... He's not really trying to prime his opponent. He's just trying to escape and have a winning race. And he wants to stay safe without cracking while doing that. So this seems like the best play to me. Both playing really sharp backgammon so far. No dice on checker, okay. 6-3. Now we have a bit of a decision. We could turn this into an attack, but we're not going to win many gammons by freezing him, and I think the prime is doing more work. So what does our play be, though? If we play 14 to 5, then we give up a monstrous 2-5 and 2-6. So we really like containing where we are already. And the last option would be to run off the 22 to the 13, but then we give up an attacking game plan, too. So I think for lack of options, I don't think we can afford to run off the 22. Maybe the safest thing we can actually do is attack, but I guess that gives up a very strong 3-4, 3-5, 3-6 anyway. So I'm not sure we've reduced numbers, and we'd rather have our opponent break the 18 as well. So I think I've talked myself into just the 14 to 5. This is tricky, though. And he's going to think about the slot again. Okay. I didn't even consider that option. Good morning in Maryland. You see a big bird. This one, I just don't think... So again, we want the slot when it's going to be huge upside and kind of decide the game, and we really need that to get home. And we're going to trade, you know, the power of hitting with that too and buying time against a 4-point board for the upside when it's missed, which will happen usually. And here I just don't think we need to do that. You know, like I think, I guess the 2-5 and 2-6, like I said, are very strong anyway, so we're not giving up too much there. But the other twos really do gain, like a 2-3 and a 2-4 that hit and cover against a 5-point board. That's a pretty big difference. I'm not sure exactly what we do with the 2-1 and some others. Or the 2-2 for that matter that can't cover. It has to kind of crack there. But yeah, okay. So I think it must be kind of close because, as I said, the twos are good anyway. Too many of them are very strong. But not enough upside here to pull it off. But they're very close. You can't give up too much there. Wow, I'm hearing in the chat. Thanks, Pete, for that. Oliver was the PR winner of a recent BMAB tournament. Okay, he goes for the split. It's the slot here. Understandable. I guess there's some lack of diversification of numbers, too. The 5s want to hop out and cover. But the aces are good now. But, yeah, that's really cool. Oliver won the PR of a recent BMAB event with a 3.03 overall. That's such strong stuff. I've been impressed with his play from what I've seen so far, too. Okay, this is actually a 4-3. I got it. Yeah, it looks like it's going to cover twice, because what else can we do? Oh, we can cover and play... Yeah, okay. Okay, that distribution is a little better. I think I agree with this 4, after he looks at it. This always looks like it saves more numbers, I guess. Or something like this, but... Oh, look at this. We just have to pass either way afterward, too. But, I don't know. It tends to be... that like crashing gracefully is worth more. And here comes the cube from Seb. He's timed this perfectly. He thinks he's finally in his spot where the cracking risk is huge, the 6' risk is huge. And we'll see if, I mean, this is very tactical and difficult for Oliver. Of course he has race to take this if he can escape, but he has to figure out, well, how many rolls do I even have the chance to do that? You know, when my opponent covers the 6', is he always going to escape? I might lose some gammons if I crack in front of that 6'. But it's very difficult to weigh all these things out appropriately when you have a 26 pip in the lead in the race, and it looks at least possible that you can escape to that. You know, your opponent's work isn't done. So we have to figure out how many numbers don't cover and things like that when we get a game that way. Here in the chat too, Seb with a 2.9 PR average over last year. Only 30 viewers. Yeah, tell your friends to watch this. I'm sure it'll grow through the weekend or something. But we're also like, as far as like US interest and stuff like that goes, like it's early. So. And yeah, middle of the day on a work day in UK time. I don't know if you guys watch backgammon during work or not. You'll have to tell me over there in Europe. Yeah, this is not going to be a fun one to figure out for Oliver. There is serious blunder potential on either side. We could be giving up a lot of equity if we overlook things like how often do fives actually cover successfully. Let's see, 5-5, 5-6, 5-4 is, I guess, it clears the 7 probably and leaves it indirect. 5-3 can hit off the edge. 5-2, 5-1 all fit. So they look like they work in general. But we really do have to go through and count like how often all these covering numbers actually work and how bad is it when he doesn't cover. So what is Seb's worst roll going to be here? Maybe like double threes is really uncomfortable. And we're still under quite a bit of pressure after that. But, I mean, we can immediately turn it around and win. Some small stuff like that. I guess the 3-2 also covers. So it looks like, in general, he is going to have the 6 prime, and we're going to crack a little bit, and it's going to be tough to escape. So I think after kind of going through some of the numbers tactically myself, I've convinced myself that everything is as it appears. But, yeah. This really, it makes Seb's play last time of slotting look much stronger. Because if that's going to get him to this efficient of a cube, where Oliver has this difficult of a take-pass decision, then it feels like, yeah, okay, understandable take there, very close stuff. So he must have found enough like problem sequences. Ooh, he didn't want to see that 3-3, that's for sure. But, okay, a 4-2 is not that strong either. So I think this is probably just going to break the 7 to cover, but the other idea would be to hit loose on the ace and try to prevent escape that way. I don't know if we're that much happier when our opponent misses anyway. That's tricky. Oh, look at this. We should leave it slotted in back. Oh, the 6 is so bad either way. Okay. He just wins on a 6, so why not crank up our distribution for attacking next roll? Okay. I like that play quite a bit. But this is what Oliver was looking for with the take for sure. He saw that there were some problem rolls like this. And maybe in just one sequence he can turn this game around and have a turn to 8 coming. You know, it's very possible. And look at this. He isn't instantly making the play, so he sees this idea. This is such a fun, like, bold backgammon kind of play that when we're newer to the game, we don't even think about things like this. Why would we volunteer? But of course, the follow-up just looks much nicer. We have a whole extra builder aimed at the 24 point when he doesn't roll the 6. So we're prepared to pounce. And the 6 is very bad either way, you know? I've gotten to see some of the improvements Terrier is making to heroes. I like them. I'm learning how to maybe play money games better on there too. I'll figure that out someday. All right, he goes with a safe play. Totally understandable. He'll be sad that he didn't do something more heroic on stream, I'm sure. But okay, gets a very nice roll out of Oliver. Anyway, so in the driver's seat now after double 5s and the crashing starts to occur. Happy to just start hitting away loose. And we'll give up the a6 joker to have more covers as well. 6 what? 6 up. Okay, misses. Still a little bit scary to be hitting loose against this 4-point board, but when he gets away with it, you know, the game's just home. So 2-1 is going to cover. And again, after bringing all those checkers in, it's going to be very unlikely that he'll lose a gammon in this position. Oliver, that is, but likely to go down 4 points to start this match off now. Seb, as he rolls home, will just trying to prevent any awkward double sixes or something like this. So if we play this into the 6, it would leave a shot on 6s. If we... Maybe it always leaves a shot on 6s. I don't think there's a way off it. So even though that's like the whole thing that we're trying to prevent, I don't think we can. And in a situation like that, maybe I would just bring the checker into the 6 point then. If we come around like this as the bot suggests, then double 6s still leaves a shot, but okay. I mean, they're all very close. What is this? 4-2. He's just immediately going to play around. Okay, maybe I would have played 6-4 with it. That's interesting. 6-2 is in, and typically after we have this perfect distribution, we continue 4-2 to keep safest. And safety will be the priority here, not playing for gammons necessarily. Oh, with the open gap on the board, he also wants to make sure he doesn't let his opponent into race too soon. So he does have to find some somewhat bold plays. Okay. There is certainly something that rated to clear safer than what he found. 5-3 is a beauty to smooth things out. Okay, rolling home nicely for Seb. 6-5 comes in. That's going to save all the gammons. As unlikely as it was, but every now and then, opponent fans enough to lose one. 5-4 comes on into the board. Okay. All right, and that's going to do it. On to our next game. 9 away, 13 away. Unfortunate start for Oliver. Takes a little bit deep on that cube, but really not making, I mean, no blunders in that game. Just a few, like, small errors in play or something like that. And even that cube, he got sort of the maximum punishment from it. But it was a close decision for sure, and we saw why with that immediate 4-2. I'm sure he felt like he enjoyed the take after that sequence. 5-2 is going to split. Yeah, we can eventually start adjusting to down, but it's not by much, so only at the most sensitive scores. So I wouldn't bother to play down here in the opening, but it could be close. And we've got a 3-1 to play, okay. Have that choice between the offensive point or the defensive point. Chooses the better point. The stronger 5 over the 4. 6-1 would have worked. 3-1 is happy to make the 5 point even though it volunteers direct shots like that. 4-4, okay. Doesn't hit, but not a bad miss by any means. Looks like we're going to make the 4 point for sure. And then should we come down to the 9? There's good interaction with that, or just make the 2. Hard to fill in the 3 if we make the 2. But the immediate 4 point board is pretty strong when we're under the gun a little bit there. So I like that. What is this? This is a 4 of his own? 4s of his own? Gonna find some sort of attacking play with this. Probably the same structure, right? Why not, once his opponent's in the air, why not make another board point? That would be my instinct here. Finds it. And what does Oliver find? Enters. Okay, that's pretty huge. He was under a lot of pressure if he couldn't anchor up or something. And Seb with a match lead will be a little bit slower on the cube with this 4 point lead. Not like a huge adjustment, but we are actually thinking about it because the recube, like we're thinking about it in terms of how different the recubes are going to play than usual. I don't know if keeping the midpoint is worth it here. What else do we have? We could play 2 down. We could just play 2 into the 5, or we could slot. We're a little bit out-timed in the priming battle, so there is some merit to thinking about just putting the checker where we want it. Okay, all these pretty close options. This feels like the most natural play to me. Oh, yeah. And now Oliver, with trailing the match, will be slightly more aggressive with the cube. And I think he does have the priming advantage here. He has better timing. He has a slightly better prime, but it's just the gappiness of it. And they have the same checkers back. So with only like a timing advantage, I don't feel like this is enough in this position. And I don't think I would even adjust it at the score either, but I think he is the favorite. And look at this. We actually are closer to a cube than I would have thought with this match trail. But these numbers are about what I expected, is that we're probably in like a 60-40 game in a priming game like this where we have one advantage like that, but the rest of it is not particularly decisive. Could go either way. There's some weakness in Oliver's prime too, some gappiness as well. This would be, I mean, even though it's slightly incorrect, this would be a really impressive find for the cube. I feel like this is a pretty strong understanding of the position in the score to get this in, even if it's early. So he's thinking on a pretty advanced level with that one. I like that play a lot. The 6-5 is going to escape. I don't think that's the market loss he had in mind. And the 6-3, I guess, needs to run or split or something like that too. Seb's the one with the timing pressure, not by a lot. But I think it's still important when you're the one that's cracking to get those back checkers moving. 6-2, okay, this doesn't really do much for... I don't see him coming out to a double shot in the outfield, so I guess we just bring an attacker in. Sure, I like this. Seems like the idea. And Seb with a pretty good position they've come out with, both running 5-4. How does... This is going to look to clean up somehow. Does it just... Well, he's going to think about hitting loose on the ace with the racing lead. I'm not sure he needs to do that. It feels to me like we can just kind of wait. We're not under so much attacking pressure. I don't know if we need to buy the tempo. So just playing into the 6 looks pretty natural to me. We could also play to the 11 and 8-3 if our focus was containing that back checker, but the distribution looks a good amount weaker to me. Let's see what the bot thinks here. Wow, they're super close. Seb's going to be happy to see that he found all reasonable options too. I still, it's one of my favorite things that has come up, like talking about looking at plays like this, is that he feels like he's just seeing backgammon very well when he sees close candidates and feels confused and is spending a lot of time on the different options. Because it shows that he's like understanding the merit of play and the depth of the position very well. Someone asks, is this the trophy board? Usually with those Jeffrey Parker sponsorships, that's how it works, but I'm not 100% certain if the winner gets one. 6-1 is a huge shot for Oliver. Okay, turns this right around, makes his cube work for him. And yeah, nothing Seb could have been done without that. The 6-1 was going to be a bad one, whether he tempo hit or not. 3-2 can't quite get around safely, but... Oh, he can duplicate 3s if he advances to the 15. Yeah, so he uses this little tactical idea to reduce shots on his way home. I think that's good. Okay, bot still likes just getting closer, but either way. Ooh, 3-2 for Seb is huge. This is a beautiful shot as well. It anchors up on the 21. I guess that's the idea, so that the 3-2 is really well duplicated either way. But he makes the 22, which is going to salvage a lot out of this position. After Oliver links up on the 10, I guess playing behind is all he can do. Yeah, it's too strong of a board to volunteer against. So he's got to button up. Oh, wow. And now double 6s are going to leave to an exactly even race. And Seb sitting with the cube on his side is going to be super happy with this running play for sure. No need to keep contact here when it's even, and we even have an advantage given that the cube is on our side. So we can see, even though it's like almost dead even 50-50, we have plus 142 equity. Much better owning that cube when our opponent can never cash when it goes well for them, but we can. 5-1 doesn't do much for the race. Okay. Weaker side of the rolls for him for sure. 6-3 is going to be happy to clear contact, I think, from the mid now, though we would love to place a checker on the 4-point. I still think it's better in these to not risk something like some bad 6-1 that leaves a shot when we're ahead in the race. Small stuff. 5-1 probably just brings 2 checkers in. Or down, sure. The ace-in looks very nice. All right. 6, I think I like using the ace here to flatten out 5 to 4, but 7 to 6 must always be an option as well. Okay, and so Seb with a small advantage in this game, but Oliver, okay, rolls right to turn that around. Very nice shot. And 2 more in, okay, okay. So hanging on to it after his early cube. 6-4 going to bring 2 in. Still hasn't made up the raising deficit quite, so Oliver is still with a small advantage here. 5 in, 4 off looks strong. 4 in, 5 off, maybe better actually. I don't know. They're both fine. And is this double 4s? Wow, okay. Lots of turnaround shots in this game. So not a huge advantage, but that's Seb back in the lead now. 5-4 is a pretty good shot. Distribution, I'm not sure who it favors here, but the gap on the 4 is a big problem for Seb. He's forced to use that 4 playing 6 to 2 instead of filling in the ace because he just doesn't have enough spares on the 5 either. 5-2 is a nice smoothing roll for Oliver. So he's coming out of this with a nice distribution advantage. 5-3-2 off. I think Seb's still our favorite here, but it's close. It is quite close. And Seb is going to have to be pausing to think about calculating this quite a bit, I think. 3 off, and yeah, making the gap to fill in the ace doesn't seem like much, so I think we're stuck playing 6 to 2 again. All these 4s are really killing him. There are enough pips for sure, but the wastage is really becoming a problem. And it's keeping Oliver very alive in this game. 6-2, 2 off, okay. Nice and smooth looking for Oliver. Annoying stacks. And another 4 for Seb. Frustrating, I'm sure. 4-2. Take a checker off and refill it in. Yeah, sure. That looks nice. So no cubes here. But if you can roll some nice 2 off number that includes a 6 kind of stuff, you can be thinking about it. The 4, of course. Another small disaster. Needs a set or for Oliver to miss quite a bit here. My instinct is always 5 to 3 here. I don't know why we'd want to create a high number gap, but maybe if we play 4 to 2, our 4s just play to the ace anyway. I don't know. Interesting tactics in this one. Yeah, the natural play seems to win. Okay, not too surprising. How many we got now? 36? 36 viewers. Tell your friends. Tell them to join us bright and early in the morning now. I'm going to keep talking about it from my perspective. 5-3. Ouch. Another unfortunate miss for Seb. Can't pick up a roll there. 2-1. Not a great one for Oliver, so still quite a bit of life in this game. 5-2, 2 off. Okay. Seb likely to need a set unless Oliver throws something really small here. 3-1. Okay, that's going to give a lot of new ways for Seb to win this one. And is that ever enough for a cube here? I mean, he could roll 2s immediately, so he wins 5 out of 36 games that way. Then he has to calculate how often his opponent misses, which is usually. So even when he doesn't win immediately close to 1/6 of the time, then he's winning most of the other 1/5 of that, and his opponent can never double. So this probably does... I don't think there's any score impact really here. There could be that like the risk and gain is too different, but I mean for money this must be a fairly clear cube. I think I would still be inclined to send it here too. And even though those numbers aren't too like wildly in our favorite, we're only 66% and 2 to 1. We're used to be closer to like low 70s when we want to send a cube, maybe even 75 on a recube. Well, this position is like a pure last roll position, right? It's last chance to get it in. So we can't wait and hope to get something more efficient in. And the winning chances can be a lot closer to like even and still have us set in cubes when that's the case in these like end game positions. And so Oliver needs to go through this and figure out if he has enough wins. My instinct would be for sure, I mean, usually 5/6 of the time he gets to roll. And then he immediately gets to win on a 3-5, 3-6, 4-5, 4-6. 5-6 is 10 rolls right there, plus is it 3s or better? Is 14 rolls? So that's better than a third of the time. So it looks like there must be a ton of wins here. But I guess actually counting through it, it might be kind of scarier. It doesn't seem like that many numbers when I look at it. He's going to go ahead and find the take, though. Expected him to figure that one out. 3-2 is going to miss. And I don't think he has any sort of recube ideas here. Wow. He's supposed to recube this. Oh, the match equity calculations on this are brutal. I wonder if Oliver knows to pause and think about this and do some math over the board. That is wild. I would never even be thinking about it because there's no overage on the 8. So what XG is telling us is that the 8 points we risk losing to go to Crawford, the difference between 13 away, 1 away Crawford and 13 away, 5 away is apparently so much less than the possibility of gaining and being a match favorite versus being even in the match. So those extra 4 points going from to a 5 away, 9 away lead are worth more for him than the extra 1 away, 13 away Crawford lead, which makes sense. I think as we see as like the lead extends further and further in these long matches, each additional point gets worth kind of less and less, and they're worth a lot more when you're close. But this is still surprising. So maybe you can find some logic to get yourself into something like this. But he's going to know, we already counted the 14 rolls, which gets us that 38%, I do believe, unless I missed by some. I think that comes out to 38%. So he's going to pretty simply be able to understand exactly what his winning chances are. And the question is going to be, usually the way we'd calculate this is risk over risk plus gain using the actual match equities in each situation. And this would be pretty deep match equity table memorization or using of Neil's numbers to get to the perfect numbers to figure this out for Oliver. I don't have access to all that information to do the calculation of the board. And yeah, I would probably be going off of gut feel here, right? And if I had this idea, if I'd seen this before, that the difference between our upside is much bigger than the difference between our downside, then I might think about cubing it. But this is a really impressive one. I need to flag this one and do a video on it, I think. I like this quite a bit. And yeah, I'm so impressed with Oliver to be pausing to think about this one too. I will be pretty surprised if he finds this. Or if like any player finds this. I'm not sure who would know this. Maybe someone like Neil Kazaros or Mochi or something like that, but this is a surprise to me. But I get the impression that like Oliver is pausing because he's seen something like this before and has the idea that the recube could be that kind of effective. That's wow, that's impressive stuff. And he's gonna send it back. Wow, really great find. That's amazing. Let's see if he can get rewarded for it. The 5-6 takes 2 off. All right, and he's in a big lead in the match now, getting some serious gain on that swing. Really impressive stuff. How exciting is that? Wow. Was a huge favorite to be down 1 away, 13 away Crawford, and now is the match leader instead at 5 away, 9 away. And it looks like Seb's going to take a small break after that one. They should put the points on the board. Hope they remember to do that. What an exciting match so far, though. Yeah. There we go. All right. Well, I'm going to take a quick break with the players. Couldn't be more exciting than that, really. We can look at the match progression real quick, too, though. I mean, that should be fun. Right before I go on break. Let's see if I can pull that up. Oh, that's from last match, so. Let's see if I can do something like this. And like this. Oh, man. That is amazing looking. Look at this. It's Seb, Oliver. Right at the end there. It's a rough dice game that we play. All right, we'll be back with the conclusion of this soon. I'm going to put you on break for now. Sorry about that. Every now and then the OBS crashes. I don't know why that is. But I got it started back up now. Yeah, the 3 can enter and the 4 can hit. Nice shot for him. And we'll record just in case too. In case it gets lost somehow. All right. Ace is hitting, I think, deep. We could just leave the checker there and try to hit on the 5 instead. But yeah, we get to make an anchor with it. So beautiful shot for Seb. Okay, okay. 4-3. And it actually was a little bit... Oh, we can make the 11 instead. Okay, no need for an anchor against 7 in the zone is the idea there, I think. Like that a lot. So the 3 in is going to anchor, and then the 4... I guess we can park a checker in front of the anchor and see if he really wants to leave it. But just advancing 20 to 16 and keeping it simple seems quite reasonable here too. Yeah, they're both very close. Okay, okay. All right, finds the simple version of it. Understandable. Let's do that. And 4-2 will be hitting and making the 9 for sure. Okay, nice improvement for Seb for sure. All right. I think simple plays here. Down in the race, I don't know. Maybe you can find something else to do. But I think this looks okay. Definitely Seb looking for simpler plays and just consolidate on a racing lead. And what is this? 2-1. All right. Just gonna... Oh, 3-1. All right. Sorry for the lack of commentary while I try to figure out exactly, make sure that this is catching back up with stream and everything like that. I think it will. I think it will. But yeah, decent advantage for Seb, but even with the match trail, this isn't the kind of position where we want to get cubes in too early. Not a lot of gammons at risk or anything like that. So yeah. Oh, looks like our board got a little bit bigger there too. I can adjust that picture soon. 5-3. It's covering up the pip count too. Brutal. Let's there we go. A little bit better there. Okay, okay. So 5-3 for Oliver. What is he? Plays down from the mid and just in? Yeah, I don't see much else. Would love to get the back checker moving maybe, but it's creating good contact too, so maybe not. Maybe this is just fine. Maybe this is just what we were looking for. Tough to find safe plays here for Seb, even though he would like to, since he's slightly outboarded. So what else can we do? I guess maybe this idea, if we're playing in 10-4, maybe the tempo hits what we're doing with it. Volunteering an ace from the midpoint doesn't seem too bad either. I don't think I want to offer the hit and covers from the mid, but interesting. Yeah. Okay. So the tempo, yeah, this is understandable. Just feels like at least we gain something and reduce some contact when we get away with it. Okay. Looks like we're back live there too. Yeah, I think everything worked out. Okay. You guys are experiencing Zen mode from here right now. Somehow OBS can crash and I can still get this back up where we don't miss any of the match. That's wild to me. I don't know. Glad it worked out. That things aren't just over when software crashes. But okay. So he wants to look at entering high and playing a checker behind. Maybe I would enter on the 22 just to be able to play 13-8, but probably the mobility is more important there, I guess. Yeah, you just struggled with what 3 to play. Volunteering in front was okay. 5s is going to escape to a winning race for Seb, and many cubes incoming here. Maybe the contact's still good enough for Oliver, but there's definitely some gammon threat with so many behind. So I do expect him to send. And let Oliver figure this out with the extra checker back. Yep, he immediately goes for the cube, and it's actually pretty borderline here. Still, with such nice structure, easy take for Oliver. I expect he'll find this, but Seb trying to put a little bit of score pressure on him, sending it over fast and saying, hey, there's a lot of gammons here, you better be careful, you know? It's an easy cube for me. Playing a little bit of psychological poker over the board, maybe. But Oliver going to find it, okay. Double 4s. So this would love to make the 5 point, but we have that blot on the ace and don't want to leave shots either. So should we cover and make the 9 or something like this? I feel like the game's going to be a little bit too long if we go for that. And not all the entering aces are all that great. Ace 3, Ace 4 both cover the 3. Ace 6 covers the bar. But some of the other ones aren't so strong. So I think I'm just playing structurally here. I think I want to make the 5 point and keep it. Maybe just make it from the 13 point. I think it's too long of a game to think about things like covering the ace here and leaving that gap on the 5 that we'll have to deal with for the rest of the game. I expect Seb to figure that out as well. Not too far off of an option there to cover the ace. Okay, so he's going to look at this other play. But I think what he's going to see is we see this over the board. Like we've got, oh, interesting. He's going to leave the checker on the board too. But I think he's going to see that he just might have a really hard time filling in the 5. And the contact could be very strong if he does that. So there's just when there's a lot of game like this left to go, then sometimes we have to find the more pure plays that are going to give us the nice ride home for many, many plays to come. And that can be more important than the tactics of the number of shots immediately on this current roll. The ace right now could be less of a swing than many rolls add up to not having the 5 point later. But he's going to go with the tactics. Okay. Understand the play, and it's not too far off. 2-4 is going to enter and cover. Beautiful shot for Oliver. And now his contact zone is kind of increased here, right? So if Seb can't fill in the 5 point on this roll, like this, for example, he's going to be losing builders all over the place and going to be very unlikely to fill it in the future, too. Now he really only has 3s and aces to fill it in safely. And this dillied stack on the 4 point. So lots of problems to clean up after now. Yeah, just simple shuffling checkers in the outfield seems fine. Maybe taking another crossover to avoid some gammons could be worth something. But this should all be small stuff for Oliver. Seb tries to roll. The dice don't come out of the cup. Is that what happened? Oh, wow, and he finds a 3-1. Okay. His 4s were the best play if you're going to follow up with a 3-1 eventually. This is not looking too bad now. 2-1 I think should just slot the back point, but I guess he's got to think about 23 to 22 to avoid being attacked and back and losing more gammons. Maybe that actually is called for here. Yeah, my first instinct was just to focus on offense, but we got to be careful about being pointed on with 6-4-2 combos that are otherwise not very good, right? Like if our opponent's just dumping checkers behind us, they're not really improving much. But we're giving something to do with these numbers, like especially the 6-4 and 6-2 that are just volunteering a shot otherwise and only leaving the 3-5 from the bar otherwise. Big swing on those rolls. So we'll see if he catches the tactics here. And it looks like he's going to. Both of them playing really solid stuff in this game. I'm really impressed. Always a pleasure to have such top-level players on like this and try to learn from their games. I guess the 6-4 and 6-2, sorry, they're actually not leaving shots here because they just play behind safely now. So a 6-1 we get a shot, a 6-5, and a 6-3. So I guess that's actually the swing there is that, you know, we still get a shot on some of those other ones that we're pointing on ahead. I don't think we're making things more awkward by staying back. Both of them, he's under 5 minutes on the clock now, but 8 points in one game is going to solve a lot of time issues that way. 6-6, okay, definitely happy to have stepped up after that roll. And a 6-6 of his own is forced as well. That might help him save some gammons. Not a terrible roll for Oliver. Looking for a 6-up. 6-4 doesn't have to play though, so he can just play behind. Nice find by Seb. Oliver really looking for a 5 or 4 to hop out and make some progress. Great shot there. Wants that spare moving and wants to save all the gammoning pips that come along with that extra checker back there. 6-6, nothing for Seb. Stuck still, okay. And 6-2, I think he wants to save a 4-5 and 4-6 and plus slot another board point. This looks right to me, rather than just continuing on into the 6. 3-2 still can't clear safely. Can we afford to give up our last 2 spares and not volunteer? I think we have to. I think it's too strong of a board to just volunteer here. But, oh wow, we can actually reduce shots by, I guess that's the least number. It's not always that we can advance 9-7 and take away the 5-1 and 4-2. So we might be reducing by 4 shots. There is some 4 duplications. Only 4-3 and 4-6 and 4-4 hit and cover. So there'll be some return from there. And of course, burying the 2 checkers is permanent. There must be like real disasters next roll when we leave our spares that way. So I guess the risk is high enough there, but these are super hard to calculate over the board for me anyway. And I most likely would just end up with that strategic principle of not wanting to volunteer against such of a strong board, and probably would find this 4-2, 4-1. We'll see if Seb can figure this out. Oh, he is. He's going to find the best play. Very good stuff from Seb. Really impressed with both of them here. And a 3-2 of his own for Oliver. That's going to cover in, I think, just 6-4. Not sure why he wants to instantly play in like this. This doesn't really make sense to me. I guess he feels like he's going to be happy to run with a 6 now. Maybe that saves the most gammon pips. Could be the idea. 4-3. I think, well, the 7-4 is for sure, and then we could just take a checker off, but he wants to avoid all the disaster rolls from the back and get ready to clear the 6. Okay, I think that makes some sense. Definitely prioritizing safety, not likely to win a gammon here. 4-3 is going to clear the 5, I guess? No, it's going to take 2 off the 4, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can't clear the 6 yet, though, is the important part. Oliver's board is ready. And a 3-3 from Sebs. Still can't clear the 6 and has to volunteer a shot. Wow, that's his worst. And 0 checkers off with it. What a disaster that roll is. Let's see if Oliver can find an ace. He can't and is forced to leave with both checkers. So, yep, I think he'll just play it like this. Get the crossover in. I think with 2s he might have been, like some sort of 2 would have been happy to split, like play some amoeba play. But no such luck after that total disaster from Seb. All right, 3-1. Gonna fill in that gap on the 3. And Seb rapes to be fine on here, but a couple sets could make this interesting. He's got a lot of wastage, that's for sure. But he has the speed board, so it's hard for him to miss too. 4-2 looks like 2 off, okay. 3-4, so very likely to move on to a 7-0-8, 5-0-8 scoreline. Gaining up a little ground after that 8-point loss Seb is. Oliver, I think, pausing to see if he can resign it yet. Not thinking about cube action yet. He can be off in 2 sets, though, so I think he's still got to take a shot. Got to start now, though. I think with 6s, 4-3 not going to be enough. He can let it go. All right. Both playing really sharp in that one. And on we go to 7-0-8, 5-0-8. Still a score where Seb's going to be looking to get in some early cubes. Slightly earlier. Oliver will be a little bit more patient too. Not like a huge adjustment, but it can change some borderline decisions for sure. Seb more worried about losing his market, and Oliver more worried about having to deal with a recube. All right, this is gonna make the 7 and the 5 pretty standard stuff for him. 4-6 is going to hop right out. Bid for freedom after that priming play. Looks pretty nice. 2-1 gets to put that checker back in jail. Nice shot for Oliver. And 5-5 fans. Wow, okay. This feels like a clear cube at normal scores. How clear, though? Is it clear just because I know it and it's right on the borderline, or is it something we have to wait on? He's going to pause. Yeah. So it's probably like close-ish. No, it's pretty clear. But he correctly adjusts to waiting a roll for something more decisive instead of cashing in on the volatility. Nice find by him. So we see some of that minor score adjustment in practice there. What can you do with this 6-1? We don't get to make any of the points we wanted to. We don't really want to leave all the fly shots on the 8 necessarily in this game. We do want to get our back checkers moving. Maybe it's a nice time to play 24-18. I'm not sure. But we could also just like leave no return risks and put them both on the 7 or something like this. This is very confusing to me. Okay, so he finds the other split instead, not too far off, and has good distribution for follow-up too. 2-1, Seb can make the better anchor, or he could cover the 11. Both seem pretty nice here. Or split 2, okay. He's going to get up to the edge, hoping that Oliver can't cover, but Oliver can. And so now he's primed again. And a lot less gammons and volatility in this, so Oliver not too sad to have not sent the cube the way this has progressed. Yeah, this is almost nothing with the cube now. Still has an advantage with the structure, but his opponent has an anchor now, which makes it easy to take even at, or makes it easy to take for a long time. 2s, I guess maybe we just need to play like 24-18 and 10-8 to clean up or something like this. If our back checkers are the biggest worry and we're winning the race, our opponent has an anchor. It feels like the kind of idea. But there is another nice play in 13-9 and making a blocking point. It just looks a little too disconnected. Like we give up the outfield control. I'm not really sure about this, but yeah, I'm quite nervous about my opponent's control of the outfield after this play. And usually when my opponent has an advanced anchor, my goal is not so much to prime him. So I'd be really confused about this one. But okay, 13-9 still. The priming merit is enough with the 21. It feels like more of a sure play against the 22-point anchor. And I feel like I'd be pretty sure I didn't want to do that against the 20-point anchor. And that 21 just like holds this spot right in the middle where it creates some really confusing decisions like this. But I feel like the thematic play in the position really is to just get that back checker moving and clean up and try to win the race. This feels like a strange exception to me. Some of these like more minor splits make a lot of sense as well. We've got some other options in there that are close candidates. All right, and decides to go for a splitting and cleanup kind of play instead. Totally understandable, I think. 5-3 is just going to be forced to hit loose. It's leaving a direct shot either way, so why not? Otherwise, we could make the 3-point, but I think we'd rather fight for the high point here. I like that play by Seb. Very close game. 3-4 can't hit. What does the 4 do? It feels like a nice time to make a distraction jump out to the bar. Yeah, I like this play by Oliver. Yes, there's hidden covers, but there's a lot of hidden covers when you stay back there too. So 5-4 gets to... Is it just going to hit twice because we can't really cover? We could make the ace, but again, we leave it direct anyway. So I like something very bold like this, yeah. Looks like a pretty nice play. Oliver down to 2:23 on the clock, and Seb ticking down in the low 4s. This could be a component of this match as it goes on. 1-4 only enters 1, and now Seb with a match lead has an interesting decision here. His opponent has no anchor. He's threatening a 4-point board. Race lead. I think it feels like being behind the 4' is huge and going to generate takes for Oliver all the time. Plus, he hasn't covered yet. But he finds a nice volatile cube here in the right ballpark and a little bit early. We'll see. I mean, this isn't the most trivial take for Oliver, though. I mean, we can definitely end up overestimating pieces of this. He does find it, though. Okay. Nice job there. 3-4 covers 2. And the promise of the 4-point board is actualized. Gets a fan, and now Oliver pretty sad to be in this game sitting on a 2 cube. Double 2s. Are we all in on the blitz now? We could switch. What is our other play, though? I guess we really don't want to let him anchor. I think that's the play. But making the 9 point might be kind of nice, too. We'll just have to leave shots anywhere, so maybe we're playing to the 5. I don't know. Breaking the 8 wouldn't be too bad either, since it doesn't communicate with the 2 very well. Lots of distribution plays available, I guess. Maybe we could play 8 to 6, 8 to 4, 13 to 11. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's some value to the switch. Yeah, okay, he's just going to go 13 to 5 instead, though, and miss that. It just is really big for our opponent to just enter on the 3 even. Gets a fan out of it. 4-2 can hit loose now, and I think 8 to 6 with it looks beautiful. Well, he wants to think about just coming down. Okay. So he doesn't have this idea of playing aggressive against that blot. Not afraid of his opponent making the 24 point, apparently. I would be very, though. You know, there's a ton of game here, and Oliver actually has decent timing for an ace point game if he just lets him make it. Worst case, he'll be able to just start, like, saving gammon. So, okay, he sees it now and makes the best play. Well done, Seb. 2-4 is going to fan. Wow, both of these guys playing really sharp stuff, by the way, too. The PRs are very good, if you're wondering, if you're keeping track of these things. I don't always want to share that in these streams, but like I think these are 2 players that care about that kind of stuff anyway. Happy to share it. Happy to celebrate good matches. Seb I have at like a 1.5 and Oliver at a 2.3 right now. So superhuman stuff. 5-3 gets the closeout. Okay, Seb well on his way to taking over the match lead again. Huge swings in this game, or in this match in general. We'll look at that match progression again together at some point. Two, 2-1. Yeah, I think we just keep trying to get a little bit closer with the back checker. And then we're thinking about how to avoid double 6s, which looks like 9 to 5 and 13 to 10 to me. But we could bring 2 into the 6 point. We don't tend to want to stack them up like that. With 2 closed out, we don't need to be very aggressive in the bear off to win a gammon. So I think we're going to be prioritizing safety. 5s is beautiful. I think we'll still peel here because it would leave us odd on the outside anyway to clear the 6. Put the checkers where we don't want them. That would be just a little bit too stiff, is my instinct there. But he's going to think about it for exactly what I just mentioned, that the priority is safety. But sometimes when you clear like that to the ace, it's actually not safer. You end up leaving a shot with less checkers off, all these things. Your opponent's not going to come in on the 6 so fast, so just too awkward of a distribution. All right. 4-2 can nicely clear from the rear. Even though we're odd on the outside and leaving a 6-5, that's it. So this is pretty desirable distribution. All our sets play beautifully for Seb. 6-4 plays great as well, smooths things out. 5-4 fans. And 4-2, still mostly even on the outside, but 3s and higher are going to leave a shot. So if Oliver can stay on the roof one more time, he might have some chances from here. Needs 3s or better. 3-1 is going to even out, take 2 checkers off. I guess it could clear from the rear, but both are even, so I'm not really sure there. Yeah, maybe this wins more backgammons or something like that. 5-1, okay. A little bit more vig for Oliver if he can stay on the roof. He cannot. 4s is not going to be enough to save the gammon either, I don't think. So he's just looking to maximize crossovers somehow. Sure, down, out, and around. Okay, that looks good. He's going to save some backgammon decisions too. But needs to be careful about spending clock time on silly things like this with match left. And so just maximize crossovers, I think. Yep. This is in, and then why not down? I think 13 to 7 would be my idea. But okay, goes 9 to 3 instead. Fine. Maybe he can. Maybe the 4s was enough to save it. Got him 4 crossovers. 6s got another 4 crossovers. Is this 2s? Wow. Okay, 1 more crossover. This is probably going to be pretty tilting for Seb if Oliver saves the gammon somehow here. Still needs like a miss, I think. They had a 5-1 instead. Oh my gosh. And a set. 6-2 still makes it possible. I think the 6 has to come in from the rear, and then I think we want another crossover, but I guess I'm not completely certain. Twos doesn't get off either way. It's kind of threes. Fours doesn't get off either way, does it? Okay. So I think he's looking for a way to save that, but I don't see it. 6-1. Oh my gosh, he's going to get a chance. Don't do it to him. It's rude. All right, 4-2. Says, yeah, you deserve your Gavin. All right. We'll move on. Great game from these two. I love this thing so much, this match progression. This is just fun to look at right here. Back to favorite in the match there. Seb Klon. All right, and we have a 4-1 to open. Got it. 6-2. It's back. 3 away, 5 away. All the aggressive cubes are coming from Oliver's side. And Seb needs to slow down, but of all the 3-way scores, this one's like the least. He can still cash some things where he gets to like clear pass territory with gammon threats and things like that. But for the most part, it's better to just wait and be very careful with the cube, that's for sure. 6s. Ooh, that's a beautiful start for him. And so this could be the kind of situation where he just has huge positional advantage. I mean, 2 pips in the race is not going to be enough yet, but this is creeping up on that kind of position. Does Oliver just need to play completely safe here? He'd love to step up to the edge, but when he's outboarded, he's just going to get attacked on the edge so often that I'm not sure that was worth it. I might have found the 13-6 there instead, but okay, he finds the best play. 4-2 is going to punish it. And here we are in a position that seems totally reasonable to start contemplating a cube, even at this scoreline. We'll see what Seb comes up with. Maybe he can just hop out still here, and maybe it like with this exact entry, it's good enough. But better board, I guess I'm taking it for money. But maybe I should think harder about that and consider letting it go when I'm so outboarded and my opponent just, like, I have no offensive game plan against him. We're a little bit shy. Okay. So yeah, instincts are good there. We got to get closer to passing. 2-1 is a whiff. The 13, once we have the bar point made, we often like to give that up a little bit easier. We still have outfield control and get a lot of returns when we get hit. With that ace, 4s is a beauty. That's going to, I think, make the 4-point cover the 2 and think about a last 4. I'm not sure I want to dilly the builder to the 2, but that's the only no shots variety. But I think I'd rather, yeah, play down 13-9 like this and look for some more follow-up. And if he gets away with this, I think he's still behind a 5 prime and in some trouble. But even against a bar point anchor, when you have the extra checker like this up and the blots all around, wow. Okay, on a fan, he's going to have a very interesting cube decision, I think. Because, I mean, it's very gammonish, not pleasant to take. 6-2 fans, wow, what is this? I mean, usually I wouldn't be thinking about it for the work to get out, but we always have to consider in these positions with checker up against the bar point that we can still get closed out and gammoned here. So that's a big threat in this position. Making the 5 is going to be a huge improvement. Like a 5 fan probably loses markets. Maybe just hitting with a 6-1, 6-2, 6-4 is like a little bit too much. So at the score, I want to adjust to sending it. Yeah, right on the borderline here. This is tricky, but I think we've seen both these players. Ray Fogerland in San Antonio said all the young players find the early cubes like this, right? But yeah, I think they tend to be more worried about losing their market or missing like a potential opportunity than actually playing this out. So I expect him to find things like that. Ace 4, wow. What a dilemma that is. I didn't even think about this quiz problem coming up. Is it more important to hit? I kind of feel like it is because our opponent can still just enter deep and safety that blot. And we have great distribution to make the 5-point anyway. So I would think 2 down. Yeah, and it's by a sizable margin. Okay. We'll see if we can figure this one out. But that's hard to pass up. You're definitely going to get more fanning numbers. This is the improvement you were probably thinking about that would like definitely lose your market. Yeah. See if Oliver can find this. Very strong play. Well found. Is there a dress code to play in the building? I'm not 100% certain, but it looks like it. Everyone's wearing suits and stuff. I would have showed up in like shorts probably. Ruined the party, man. Ace enters, that's strong for Seb, right where he wants to be, least likely to be attacked. And Oliver very happy with a 6-4 to escape as well. I mean, well, he has this dilemma again of like, I could make the 5 point, but I think it's just too huge to get around safely and win the game first. 5-4, wow, this gets to make another anchor for Seb and save almost all the gammons. Usually we don't like to have the 20 and the 18 together, but here it's okay just as like, tactically we want both these things blocked, right? And we'll pick which one we leave later. Probably the 18 in this position since the contact with the 11 is so good. But Seb in no hurry to give that up either. So he can keep rolling his front structure home and wait for a while and benefit from that double contact for some time. I don't see us volunteering shots here, so I guess the 4 is coming off the 6 for sure. And then do we come from the back or just playing both off the 6? This seems fine. Maybe there's some idea around like having to share or save numbers. I don't know. All right, 2s covers and rolls in, sure. Three, 1. I think it's better to clear a point than to make a point behind here. We give up a landing point for the 11, but how long and how likely is that to work anyway? I would just take the bird in hand, but oh, we should wait there. Okay. I understand that. It feels like one less point to deal with is the idea, right? And it wasn't preventing a whole lot here. I think Seb benefits from going off the 18 here, but he has this option of making the ace and staying on the structure for one more roll. But I don't think the shot's coming next roll almost ever, and we'll be sad to have the long-term liability to our position. So I think I'm just giving that up. Yeah, good find from Seb. Close ideas. Double 6s, okay. Gets rid of the 8 point. Now he's going to have a real hard time clearing the 11 without leaving a shot. And Seb has plenty of time to wait for it. 6-4 is just going to slot the front, I think. But I guess it could bring both checkers forward. Yeah, okay. This seems fine, too. And 6 is up, leave a shot. Ooh, aces gets to advance, though, and give a lot more clearing rolls. That's a huge improvement for Oliver. 4-1 gets to slot the front. Sure. He wants the structure to be ready for this shot coming. 3-1, no such luck yet. I think that's just gonna... I think we can take a spare off the 6. But he wants to make the board point in case he has some reason to attack. Okay, that seems reasonable too. 4-2. Rolls forward and makes the deuce point pretty naturally. 6-3 is a beautiful clearing roll for Oliver. Okay, most of the work done now to be at a tie score line, 6 away, or 3 away, 3 away. Seb's gonna at least... Yeah, I think he's gonna have to stay back with 1 here. And hope for 6s or 5s. 24 pips just isn't quite enough here yet. And finds that pretty quickly. Well done. I'm not sure why I wouldn't make the ace instead, but okay. Are they trying to figure out if this was legal or not? This is a legal play. Yeah. There we go. Always fine to check, though. Kind of Seb to remember it and point it out. 6-5, no shot yet, but now we've got 6-5 to leave a shot instead of the 6s and 5s. Same number. Same number of rolls. Seb's board is ready. Probably last chance to wait. And 5-4. Okay, delays one more time. And now the shot levers is up to 6-1 and 5-1 if he can stay. 3-2. I think we're dead enough in the race that we have to try to stay. So I think the 6 point is going and we're waiting another roll. Got to break something, unfortunately. 6-1. Okay, because we have a chance to remake it, I guess. And 6-4. No such luck. Seb should be able to save the gammon easily, but the race all but dead. One, 2 off. 5-2 is in and peel. 4-3-2 off. Oh, they have a suit that I could wear if I went there? And I didn't have one? That's cool. I don't care how old it is. That sounds awesome. 6-2, 2 off. Yeah, Oliver down to like a minute and a half on the clock. Hurting for time for sure. But, I don't know. It's only a 3-point match left, so he should be in fairly comfortable territory. No, like, massively complicated cubes to sort out. Seb gonna let this one go now. And on we go to three-away, three-away. Simple three-point match. Yeah, both playing really great. Super impressed by their stuff here. Straight back to 50%. Okay, we're going to do a camera earthquake again. I don't know why we keep doing this. We'll see if we can get that fixed in time. Sorry. There's Mate for you, adding value to the commentary here. 4-2 is going to make a point. You can thank him for coming in and messing the camera up every now and then. 2-1 is going to send that checker back and split. Okay, okay. I will try to get that cleaned up in between dice rolls here when I can. But you can see most of it already. Okay, that's not too bad. Dilemma with the 6. I guess the thematic thing feels like to just hop out, but we're just getting hit all the time and it's a close race, so it's not super fun. But why do we want another blot involved is the problem. All right, 4-3 is going to... Oh, it could make the anchor too, but sure, let's hit with the better board and step up. Oh, just playing all in down kind of is good too. 5-4 gets to hop past all that, all those attackers. That seems pretty nice. Still trying to make a bid for freedom. And looks like he's going to get away with it. No anchoring plays here, but Seb with a small racing lead too. But a little bit for each of them in this game. It's pretty close. If Oliver can safety up, the contact's not too good for him. But the race is fine. Nice improvement there. 2-1. Yeah, definitely going to cover the 5. Then I guess just down to the 11. Not really much for decisions here. (6-1). Yeah, just looking to not leave shots against that 3-point board. Makes a nice piece of structure. And Seb going to make sure that he has the anchor and racing chances through the whole game. And this is a real tight one. And the take point's going to become a factor in this one for sure. 5 down and probably 4 behind. Yeah, I don't think we need to save 6s. I probably would have played 8-4, but this seems fine too. But yeah, the take point is like 25% at this score, which is about 2 pips earlier than it would be for normal money situations. There we go. (5-4) can't quite clear the midpoint yet, and really being down in the race, he might want to keep it. So he's starting to think about structure and making the ace and things like this and being ready to hit if his opponent wants to run with one. That makes a lot of sense. And Seb with slightly the best of it here. I think maybe he could just play in 7-5. I'm not sure really why second up to 7 would be better there. 4-2. This is going to slot some points behind again. Yeah, okay. Decides to just slot 1 instead of slotting the better point. Fine. 5-1 gets to fill in the gap on the ace. (6-3) looks like it's going to let go of the 9-point and cover. I don't see much better than that. Yeah. We don't really like to give up the 4s to possibly escape to a race, but just to lack options. 2 in with the 5-2 is going to be fine here, I do believe. Wait, I saw Mate running around in the room there without a suit on. You must be allowed to. You guys are crazy. (5-3). Let's see. Ugh. Yeah, it's starting to get stacky behind here. Not anything better to do with this. Still not comfortable for Seb to run off his anchor, but forced to. Maybe that's what he was thinking about last roll. Is there a way I can save this and not have to deal with the shots? Even though he does here, I think that Oliver's board is too weak to like threaten much with the cube here. think he's just going to roll forward and make the deuce. And now if Seb can link up with that checker on the 11, he's got a good advantage, but I don't think it's like a market loss necessarily. So, after he covers, he can think about hitting. I didn't even think about that. And yeah, down in the race, of course, this is the way to generate the most wins, even though our opponent's board is so strong. And the volatility is going to tempt Seb to think about it, but I think you just could lose a gamut on this, or like losing a game too often that when you don't hit. I don't know if you... Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it here, but... 4-1. Okay, hits back though. We'll be sad about not sending the cube after that sequence. If he's missed, gets a fan. Now he's too good. So rolling on here. 2-5 is going to cover and come around. Okay. Double threes gets to hit. Beautiful shot for the gammon. Seb back in the driver's seat in this match again. He's going to be... quite likely, it looks like, should be a big favorite to be ending up at 75% match favorite after this game. At that 1-away, 3-away Crawford. Looks like the gammon is virtually locked up here. We'll be looking for relatively safe plays to earn it too, because the board is still threatening. He could like potentially lose a game, like some turnarounds if he leaves a shot. Still think that was safest to peel there. I like his decision. Not too awkward here. 6-3 is going to leave things relatively even on the outside too. Looking okay. 6-3 enters one for Oliver. Okay, that's going to potentially, if he can enter quickly, he can save a lot of gammons the natural way like that. It's a tall order though. There's a lot of crossovers out there. We'll see if he can do it. Definitely would have preferred to hit a shot to get there. Okay, ones is going to close the door on that idea by quite a bit. All right. 2 off with the 5-4. I would think the 2-1 here. I'm surprised. Why? I'm not sure why the 3-2 would be the thing. Looks best though. Wow. Good find. Maybe there's more sets that win the gammon or something if it comes down to it. And the aces that miss just fill in anyway. Yeah, okay. I can buy that. Wow, both playing under 2 now. And a 1.93 for Oliver and a 1.17 for Seb. About as clean of a match as we're going to see. 6 in, 18 to 15. Just need to spend all the pips outside. I guess he does get a crossover with the 8-5, so he's going to pause to think about that. And that is slightly better. Okay, they're like basically tied. Yeah. Gonna need a set either way, is what it looks like. And this gets 5s, I guess. Maybe there's a different set that was going to work the other way. I don't know. 5-4, not enough. And he'll be resigning a gammon and going on to the Crawford game. Okay. Looks like somehow our cameras ended up in a decent spot on the board there now too, so I don't have to go adjust stuff. Very nice. 3-2. 6-3 is going to hit loose. At an Ottaway Crawford game too, the gammon's not really worth anything for Oliver. They just earn a free drop, so they'll be playing pretty close to double match point strategy, DMP. He's just going to go ahead and slot and duplicate the 4. That's a very strong opening concept. The 2 gets to cover, and I don't know if we have anything better than just splitting with the 6, even though it creates a lot of hitting covers, but hitting for tempo seems like an idea too. Wow, I didn't even notice either. Oliver is all the way down to 4 seconds on the clock here too. Wow, he's got to be very careful to not clock out on this one. These ideas pretty close, and Seb has time to work it out. I don't remember where he spends his time thinking about that so much. Hopefully not, I don't know. Must spend well before the bear off too. But that's quite a bit of pressure to have to deal with. The 2's going to hit, the 3's going to cover. He seems prepared to play speed gammon, but the issue when you get into these spots with only 4 seconds left on the clock is like, I don't know, what if you just roll a set and can't figure out where they go fast enough or something like that? Sometimes it just takes longer than the delay to actually play your checkers if you're not careful. So I like to leave myself a lot more bank than that. That seems pretty nerve-wracking. Three in, and he's going to go for a tempo again instead of just 13 to 8 for distribution. Seems very nice. Okay, both almost tied. Should slow him down in covering a little bit. Ace enters and hits, and the 5 is going to bring more material, I think, but he's going to go for a hit instead. Okay, this is quite an interesting play. Usually we don't want to break the 8 points oops, sorry, that's not going to be... What does he roll? 3-2? All right. Usually breaking the 8 points a hit is a little bit of an overplay, is how that works, is what I was getting at there. 1-6. Okay, and Seb is just vacuuming up lots now and leaving 5 behind. And Oliver looking to make a board point in a hurry, and he does. Does he want another blot involved? Why not? I mean, maybe making the 20 is a good idea too, given that the race is pretty close. I kind of like that. But he has, again, just no bank time to think about it, just needs to make decisions. Whatever progresses this closer to home is best for Seb here. I think I like this play, linking up with the 17. No need for anchors or anything. 2s can establish the 20. It can hit loose, and then maybe 2 down. Sure. Okay. I like that. I was just looking for a play. That might be what I found quickly. And yeah, the only significant mistake of the match so far has been that 5 breaking the 8 to hit. Which probably with more time he can clean up, but that's going to happen in match play for sure. Getting into timing trouble. And he's only down 15 pips in the race, so not likely he'll be able to sit on both these anchors till the end and play a back game. But for now, he can just keep them both and have his choice later. And maybe Seb will help with the timing by rolling some big rolls like this. 5-1 in a position like this, huge to get the mobility of that extra checker on the 20 moving. Double 2s can send it behind if it wants, but it kind of helps timing too. I don't really know. Maybe we just do that and make the bar point and leave the blot up on the 13 because it's well primed at the same time then. What would our quiet play be? Yeah, I don't really want to let my opponent play around here, so I guess I am hitting somehow. And, okay, so it's natural to move them in pairs and see this and break contact, but we miss a small tactical opportunity to make the bar point there. Okay. Would have helped them bring that position home pretty easily. 5-4. Can just run out to the midpoint. Could have been linking up with the blot there. 1-4 is in, and I guess probably 11-7 with it to keep the most contact, but going for mobility must be fine too. Maybe I'm overplaying it with that one. No, both very close. 4s is going to do a lot of the cleanup work. Yeah, I think making the bar point and leaving the ace shot on the mid is the thing here. Very difficult for our opponent to escape those 5 checkers, even if they should hit that shot. 5-6 gets to hop out. I think getting that moving is huge for sure. He wants to park there and have a little extra contact too. Okay, seems reasonable. People think that Seb is the favorite in speed gammon. Okay, that could be. He's still got over a minute though. Olive only 4 seconds. Yeah, I've never seen someone on stream during commentary run out of time and lose a match that way. I don't want this to be my first by any means, but it doesn't seem likely. 5-2 clears naturally from the rear. And yeah, when you have like this huge time advantages in Seb's shoes, you feel like you must be such a huge favorite to like play a complicated game like this. But I don't know. I end up just like screwing up as much as I get any equity back. So who knows? Who knows here? Okay, 2 behind ace. And 6s. Ooh, this is going to be a difficult decision, and Oliver has no time to deal with it. He just needs to make a play and throw it on the board and hit the clock. Still has the 4, yeah. I would have had to pause to think about if either of the anchors need to leave yet. So fortunate that it worked out that he could just play them all in the front without thinking about it too much. Seb can't get rid of a point yet, so sure, just playing to the ace and saving a 6 seems reasonable. What do we have here? 5-3. Rolls forward naturally. Okay. Oliver's board is ready. Man, imagine if he wins this and another game to win the match on 4 seconds of clock time. That's hard to do. Twos clears. 6-2 must have to leave one of the anchors now. He's just going to do that quickly. Yeah, I appreciate that. Not having time to pause and think about, breaking the board, which I think he would have done otherwise. But instinct is that he needs to keep the strong board, so he just goes for that and leaves the anchor. Yeah, his speed play is strong. I don't think he's really losing much by having to make the decisions rapidly here that I'm seeing. Maybe he wouldn't have broke the 8 to hit. That's all I can really think of. 4-1. Oh yeah, people mentioning that Parker boards, the dice tend to spin on that leather surface. That could be a big problem. Forget, we almost saw that in the UBC finals or something too, where a die was just spinning on a checker forever and refusing to drop in a time trouble scenario. I don't know. There's unimaginable ways that if you let your clock get down this low that you can just lose on time. So I think it's best not to allow that to be a way to lose. So I'm not sure how he got into this much trouble, but we'll see if he can navigate his way out of it. 6-4 off. And yeah, it's an absolute disaster if you lose on time. Your PR will suffer greatly, and with good reason. It's a lot of match-winning chances that you're giving up there. 4-3, I think probably clearing is more important than taking one off and leaving the stack on the back. Yep, and that's what Seb's going to find too. Double fives. Okay, this has to go all the way with at least one, and it can just stay back for one more roll. Wait for the 6-5. Sure, so we'll do that. And the race still dead, so he's right to sit back there. 5 forward, and then... Oh, was it 5-1? Okay. And the 6-2 has to run. And life running out for Oliver. Going to need some big sets quickly. Seb clears from the rear. All right. Starts getting checkers off. Still some hope. The lights are getting dim. Two off. Okay. Two, three, two off. Beautiful. I'm not good enough at counting to know if it's still possible, but it looks like 2 rolls away from Oliver if they're real specific. And he's going to need those to start now with only 3 checkers left. 5s are better. 5s. 5s. Okay. It could happen. No set, and then 3s are better. Oh, I must have missed a play somewhere in there, how they played it. Okay. I had some roll incorrect, I think. And 3-2. That'll do it. And Seb is going to be your one advancing. That's going to knock Oliver onto the fighters bracket. We can show that. I mean, that was, what a swinging match that was. It looks less crazy now, I think. That, yeah. Let us see them kind of show that too. We can look at this match progression real quick. I mean, Seb a big favorite early, then loses that 8-point cube in game 3 to be a big underdog. Claws his way back into it. Oliver, a small favorite in the match for a while again, and eventually able to close that out. That is a backgammon match with the dice and everything right there. Wild stuff. But okay, we're going to take a small break here and prepare for our next round, which should be coming up pretty quickly here, I think. Probably maybe in just 5 to 10 minutes. So I'll find out details on who's going to be up next there, and we'll be back shortly. All right, it looks like they're just going to get going here. I don't know if these are actually the players playing, but I think so. If I guessed right from the bracket, it seems to be Steven Nelson, and I recognize Jason Pack on bottom for sure. So we'll get going here. Jump into it. And it looks like we're playing a fighters bracket match as well. So 9 points on the second chance side. Oh, he actually hasn't made that play yet. Okay. It looks like round 3 on the fighters bracket side. You can go check out those brackets online. The link is in the description here. So yeah, you can keep up on what's going on with matches too. And 6-4, it can cover, I guess, but it has to give up the 8 to do it. So what do we do? Maybe just, oh, we can hit instead. Yeah, that must be better. And then we continue somewhere. Oh, he's going to go for breaking the 8 in the tempo hit. This feels like an overplay, but okay. I'm going to find that. As we saw in that last match with Oliver, just breaking the 8 point in the early game to hit is usually not worth it. It takes some pretty exceptional situations for that to come out best. The 3 is going to continue now hitting loose and try to make a board point along with it. Yeah, why not? I mean, that seems pretty reasonable to me. What else do we have here? I guess we could cover the 4 and hit behind or something like that, but we're going to leave a bunch of shots no matter what. Yeah, somehow that's slightly better. Okay. I guess it is a much better point that we make. Maybe that's more important than which anchor we stop. I can find some logic in that. All right. 3 in and the 4 gets the anchor up. I guess it doesn't have to. Maybe we just want to run and keep pressure on that blot or something like that. But decides to just make the asset instead. Okay. Yeah, 8-4 for the second hit would have been fine as well. I was considering just like 20-16 or something. Seems okay. Okay, and on the 2 makes an anchor, and we've come up with something pretty normal here. Just a mutual holding game with no 8 point for Steven, which is going to be a big liability long term. So I think he should be happy to bring a single checker down in front of that anchor and try to start something there. 6-1 can just run though. This probably covers the outfield very effectively and gives him some ways to make the 11 or the 10. Seems like a nice improvement. 5-1. Yeah, just leaving a bunch of blots in front of the anchor to see if he wants to come off it seems fine. But I guess the race is kind of close and we want to challenge the outfield instead. A little bit of an overplay here against like a stronger board than his technically, but I don't mind it. I think the idea seems fine. 5-3. Can't. Well, I guess we could make a really safe play here. Sure don't want to though. What else do we have though? Ugh, 2 down and just put it both. Like we could play 16-11, 13-10, and then our opponent has to leave the anchor whenever they hit at least, or hit with an indirect. I think that's probably the best of it. Otherwise, safe just looks like putting a 6 checker on the 13 and playing behind, which just looks too ugly to bring home. And I don't really see. I don't know that like just playing with 1 blot helps all that much. So I think this is the best we've got. Oh, interesting. He's going to come around and hit loose. Okay, that seems like a nice candidate too if I had seen it. I don't really hate that idea. At least we get the upside of him potentially staying on the bar. 2-4. And he gets to cover. Wow, link up the 2 blots that he had offensively on the other side. That's a beautiful entry for Jason. Ace in, 3 covers. Okay, not too bad for Steven either. Presuming this is Steven. Someone tell me if you know otherwise. Okay, 32 pips ahead in the race after this one. We got to find some way to safety some things up. So maybe the 23 is just going to the 13 first, and the 6 days seems fine as well. We could think about just like trying to escape off the anchor too. I don't know. It feels like this does a little more. Oh wow, 20-15 is a little bit better with it and link up that way. Okay. I would not have found that play by any means. 2 in, 6 down. Has an anchor to defend. Big racing lead. Not enough threat for Jason to send the cube yet, he says. And 3-1, forced to leave a shot somewhere, so I guess we'll just hit loose on the deuce for lack of options. And 2-6 is going to hit back from the roof, huh? Okay. And make the bar point along with it. Not too bad. Not too bad of a response for Steven. Ace forced in to come in deep to not have to break some point with an ace or something like that, but would definitely like to be up on the edge trying to escape and capitalize on a leading race. 2-1, I think we have no ace after we make the 11, so I guess just like this must be fine. 6-5 gets to hit and come around. Yeah. Ugh. What is our safe play? Just to play behind? Our opponent's board is better, though, and we're kind of playing into their game plan this way and leaving a lot of shots while we do it. We leave the 2s duplicated when we stay here, so that is going to look tempting to him as well, I think. The natural thing seems to be just coming around with it, but it seems very big. I don't know. It's difficult. Finds the 13-8 with it instead. I would have been tempted to think about 13-2 for a while there, but I guess we got to take advantage of the winning race while we can. Rewarded for the duplication. I guess 4-3 wasn't going to be able to hit either way. I don't see what this can do other than hop out to the bar. I guess 13-10 to create another blot must be okay. I don't know. 5-4 can reestablish the anchor. Can't get the blot on the 14 to safety anyway. So we might as well take the upside that we have. And does it help to... I guess we're happier about the follow-up if we play 14-9, so I would do that. But maybe he wants to leave less shots and feels like it'll do it that way. So, yeah, okay. 5-1 is going to miss. Ooh, it's a pretty ugly miss, too. There's no ace after we do this. I don't think we can afford to break our board, can we? Yeah, I think I'd rather leave shots around than not be prepared to take advantage of fly shots immediately here. Not that big of a deal to get hit right now. But if we miss an opportunity to hit a shot on the next roll, that could be a really big deal. Interesting idea with so much lead in the race. Maybe now is the time to link up with the 14 and escape. Our opponent is not poised to attack us anyway. Yeah, so Jason finds a way to take full advantage of this small mistake in breaking the point behind by his opponent last roll. Very good heads-up play. 3-2 can hit and cover. I think he's got to try it with this huge racing deficit. So he does find a roll that capitalizes on leaving. And Jason just looking to, even entering on the 5 is fine. 5s is pretty strong. I think we just come out twice and then probably 14-9. Or come out, out to the 15. Unfortunately, can't get the blot to safety. So he's looking at this in the right order. And then where do you want to spend your 5, right? You want to make progress towards home without breaking any more of your front structure. I like this play quite a bit. Five down and cover the board. Okay. Try to give that blot in the outfield trouble if it can't make it home. And Jason, with 31 pips in the lead, wants to think about this now. I think when he safeties the single checker, that his opponent still has a fine contact take with the midpoint to clear. So I think there's going to be a lack of market losers here and no need to send the cube yet. Doesn't mean that it's far off to send it right now, but I think it's still like a pretty trivial take and still will be next roll as well. So he doubles, easy take for Steven, and double 2s. This could be I don't know, maybe clearing to the 11 is good, maybe not. Maybe we just, what else could we do? I think this is the only play. No, okay, we should switch 9 to 7 and reduce contact that way. Yeah, because we don't want to have this 6-away contact to break. Certainly something he was thinking about, I'm sure. And 3-2. It's just going to move a spare into the 6 point. Six five, right? 6 something. 6-4. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the 6 wants to go into the gap for sure. And then the 4 can come down. That looks good. 6-4 for Jason. Can't clear it from the rear yet, so I guess we're making the deuce point. No other safe plays. And the position is very strippy and the contact value looking strong for Steven here. Just his board's all ready now too. Finally gets to fill in the 5 point. 6-1. Only safe way is to clear the 9. That's one less landing point for the 11 now. Needs like a perfect set or 5-3 to clear. Pretty unlikely to get it. Still down 18 in the race. It's going to be easy to stay back on the anchor on this one. I think he'll just play in from the rear and slot the ace. Plenty of time to wait this one out. And 5-4. Okay, we have to leave a shot or clear the 6 anyway, so I think we can reduce shots so much by clearing the 11 here that I think it's the time to go for it. I would volunteer because it's, if we have to leave a shot, that is the absolute minimum that we can have to leave. And so when that happens, that can often be worth it. Yeah, this is a nice find by Jason. Well played. Four, 2. Okay, he's going to be punished. Hit, cover, and technically some gammons to play on 4-2. Probably just a hair over 10% when he gets the perfect distribution, which will take a little bit of time to get to. Yeah, we see him at about 13 there. So not too likely, but he will definitely, once he gets the chance, start bearing off aggressively to try to make it happen here. And not too much risk in Jason's board with 2 dead checkers and gaps on the 5 and the 4. So he can afford to play pretty aggressively for the gammon too. I think leaving the checker on the 12 makes sure double 6s doesn't leave a shot, so I like that decision there. 6-5 is going to bring in 2 somehow. Yeah, this is good distribution usually. We don't like all the checkers on the 6 and the 5 while we're bearing in. And there we go with the perfect bear-off distribution. Spares in the 6-5-4. As good as it gets. 5 off and 3 advances. Still a closed board. Still chances to take 2 more off before we even have to open up. 6-2 is going to open that point, though, and if Jason can enter with a 6, he'll have saved basically all of the gammons and likely be moving on to a claim pretty quickly. Can't yet. 6-4 has to bury another checker while taking off, so not super fast. Okay, yeah, looking likely to be a 2-point game here. That should be enough to save it for Jason. 5-2 crossovers. Very nice for him. Just looking for... White is looking for... to get to the 6 point as efficiently and quickly as possible, and also take crossovers whenever he gets them. So meaning like moving from one quarter of the board to another. Might end up needing a set to get off this if Steven can come back with a big roll. Steven likely to have a chance for 3s or better here. 5-6 going to bring 2 in. But, there's... I think double 4s work them. So I think we have to play 11-5, 6-1 to make sure that double 4s get off. If we don't, I don't think that leaves any additional shots. Or any additional misses. He tries to play it illegally. Yeah, that's fine. Either way, same difference. We're just trying to save a gammon. Yep, he finds it. Okay, notices that his 4s are going to miss and correctly avoids that. And 6-6 to win the gammon anyway. Okay, off to 4 points to start for Steven. Huge roll in the end there. And there we go. We're moving on to 9-away, 5-away to start this match. All right, 4-2 makes a point. Aces is a nice priming response. 5-4 isn't going to be able to move the back checkers at all, so Jason with the best of the priming plan. Steven with a little bit of racing lead. 6-5. So I think given that what I just said, 2 down makes a lot of sense, but of course we typically run here. Maybe we could split and cover, but I think 13-8 feels like mandatory. Too valuable to make that priming point. And finds a 2-down play. Well played by Jason. And what is this? 3-1 makes a huge board improvement for Steven as well. Okay. So both of them off to a very strong start. 6 is going to solve a lot of problems for Jason. I think it's probably worth volunteering the ace to keep the period of our structure. But of course there's no shots if we just play 8 to deuce. We still have to win the game. You know, I don't think it's just claiming when we get away with that. Maybe she disagrees with me though and thinks that we're cruising to an efficient cube so often anyway that we should just not leave any shots. Before the cube, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe the ace against the rack is a little too much, too. Okay. Nice find by Jason. That's an easy trap to fall into, I think, playing pure. I think we saw that last game. 3-2, I don't... Okay, we have a dilemma. Our opponent has 10 in the zone and a strong board, so we don't want to split. Our opponent has an advanced anchor, which is usually more important and means that we have to split to have any sort of game plan in this game. So he correctly finds the split. Nice job. Jason going to send a cube on the threat. And easy take for Steven, he says, and we're going to play this on. And yeah. Jason finds a nice small volatile cube that wouldn't be one for money, and Steven knows that this is usually nothing and still happy to play it out at the score. Playing pretty sharp. I don't know this player, but other than some like overplays early on, he's been cleaning up very well now. 5-2, okay. 6-3 forced to play down. Jason just looking for some way to break contact while Steven keeps working on his board. And the 22-point anchor, a huge improvement for him too, so plenty of play there. The 6-1, yeah. Kind of forced to play behind or else has to leave a direct shot with the 6. I like this play. 3-1 gets to make the 4-point board. Let's see if Jason can get lucky enough to fill in that 4-point. Not yet. He can clean up the blot though, which I think is more important than covering 7 to ace. No need to leave it against that strong board. I guess it leaves more ways to make the 4-point next roll if he stays back as well. So that's an argument for it, but a play that I would have found. Yeah, they're quite close. Very interesting. 5-1. Has to leave a shot somewhere unless we're going to break our 6-point, which I just don't think we can do here. So where's the best place to do that? Yeah, maybe just 8 to deuce and we get a lot of returns anyway. I think I like this. Nice find. 5-4. Looks like it will cover the ace twice. And the impurity is beginning for Jason's position. Really relying on a set to bring this home safely now. The contact's going out the window. Oh, 6-4. This is not a great roll. I think with the blot behind, we can think about leaving the 22. I don't want to break my board. And so I want to give up one of these points. And I feel like the contact with 13 to 7 is just a little more valuable here right now. What 4 can I play? I'd really like to cover 8 to deuce as well, but I think I'm stuck playing 22 to 16 and then maybe just in with the 4. That's probably what I'd end up finding. But look at this. We need to break our board instead. We can't afford to play that big. This is difficult to play this quiet, I think. Yeah, I guess the 4-point board and all the attacking that happens, the fly shots are worth so much. It's tactically too much to give up. Okay. I would have a hard time making that play, though. That's for sure. Yeah, and I don't fault looking at this by any means. This feels like it keeps our advantage of a pure board most intact. And so that seems like the clearest path to victory for me. Kind of why I want to sit on that. And it seems like this is going to be hard to salvage after we semi-kill some checkers. 3-1. I'm not sure. This would not have been so bad if we were out there. Maybe it would hit and continue or something. Wow, Jason just going to make the 4-point and not worry about the shots. Yeah, he's got the better board now, so he can go for that. 6-2 is not a good one. Now it's really not clear what to give up because our board is weaker now where our opponent has the 5-point board. So reducing shots makes a lot of sense. Keeping the anchor too. Probably, yeah, giving that up makes, I don't know. Well, we could clean up instead, but they're quite close. Yeah. 3-1. Jason still can't punish all the shots around. Misses once more. And Steven looking to clean up that blot. He can bring it into board now. And relying on his 22-point to work somehow. He can just roll a set from there and win. You know? Or a long fly shot, which I think Jason should happily volunteer him. 6-5 and 6-6. And we get returns on both of them. And this covers every other 6 that has to hop out very effectively. So looking to 5-4 to make the ace point is a nice shot for Steven. gets his board ready and gives him a little bit more value in being able to run off that anchor and try to salvage this. 3-2. Is it stuck making a blocking point? I guess so. I guess the hits are too costly. And the race is still ahead for Jason too, so he can just win that way. 6-4 is going to run past. Okay. And Steven makes a bid for freedom. I think Jason's going to be happy to hit loose with aces and deuces here to solidify the win. The 5-4, yep. That's not going to clear a point to avoid leaving a shot, so I think he's just hitting. And not a lot of gammons here. If he is missed and closes out, it's still going to be under 10%. 4-6 fans. 6-3 gets the cover. All right. 9s all day. But as checkers come off, those gammon numbers will go up pretty quickly. So I think probably we're still on the safe side here. So maybe I would have cleared the 6 there instead of playing the ace. But wow, he's got the right idea there. Okay, okay. Nice find. 5-3 is going to be forced to clear from the rear. But if he wants to try to win more gammons, I think he's thinking about peeling from the 5. So yeah, that's always the dilemma in these. It does win a little more gammons, loses too many more games. Get a fan again, and 5-2. Still not really getting into crazy gammon territory. Another fan, another couple checkers off, another fan, then maybe 5's going to save all of it. And maybe even win a game once in a while. And 2 sets. Can't do it. He's going to resign the 2 points. And Jason takes a step back into this match. 7-away, 5-away after losing that 4-point gammon in the first game. And Jason plays a perfectly clean game in that one, too. That's pretty impressive. No even small mistakes, according to whatever 3-ply I have this on or whatever. Some good stuff from him. It wasn't like a short game with super easy decisions necessarily either. I had to figure out to make the 5-point and volunteer shots, so nice work. Let's see here. (6-1) going to open with the points. Slightly more aggressive cubes from Jason coming in. Slightly more conservative from Steven with this small 2-point match lead. And after he makes the bar point, he's going to step up to see the light. Yeah, okay. I think making the 11 must still be close. After our opponent advances some, we want an anchor of our own, so we want to split. And is there any duplication to slotting with it? No. So he's just going to play 13-8, though. Okay, yeah, I would have 2-up seems pretty strong. 6s is going to leave. Make the 7. Huge lead for Steven. And at 5-away, 7-away, is this going to be enough to send a cube if Jason doesn't improve? 4-2 is going to make a board point instead of splitting, I think. That's tough, though. It's against 10 in the zone. Our opponent doesn't... It's not really an anchor game now, and we have time to sit back on an ace-point game if it goes that poorly. But he still needs to hop up right away. Okay. Misses that opportunity. Cube snaps across. And we'll see if he can find a take with all the work left that Steven has to do to bring this home. This is not a pleasant one at the score or otherwise to play out here. It looks like it should be close to a take anyway for money, but with some small adjustment here, a fairly sizable one at the score. Not the easiest to find, though. We'll recenter a little bit while we're here, too. All right. Beautiful. We have a moving camera. Maybe just bumping the board and stuff like that. I don't know. Who's still with me in here? We got 37 people watching. Jason finds the take. Okay, well done by him. That was the scary side of it. Okay, and fives is just going to decide the game. Be sad about it now. Still shouldn't be under a ton of gammon threat with this particular follow-up. I think making the 3 is probably worth it, but maybe we can make the 2. I don't know. Oh, he wants to only leave the 4-6? I feel like I'd rather make a board point, but okay. I'm not sure. Yeah, better to make the 3 there by a sizable margin. 5-4 can make a point behind. I don't think we want to split now, but I was wrong last time. It just seems like ace point time now. I just don't want to be attacked. I got to get my board ready and I'll sit back on it. So yeah, we missed the opportunity a roll ago before it got worse while our opponent still had something like an anchor and we could call it a mutual holding game. Now we're pretty committed to the game plan. 3-1 is going to fill in nicely. I'm not sure if we want to use a 2 to get up to the edge here or not. This is another interesting decision, but I think just, yeah, slotting and continuing this way seems fine. One could slot the back, but okay, he's going to go for maximum distribution for building the front. Must be okay. 2-1 is going to cover for sure, and is now time to slot or to split. I think we're committed to the 24 now. I think this feels fairly clear. Wow, not too far off to split along with it. It wins more games, but at the cost of quite a few gammons when we get attacked. Interesting. So probably this is like not that close at normal scores, but for some reason the match score allows us to go for a few more wins. 4-3 can make the deuce or clear the mid. My instinct is definitely clearing the mid. I'll leave a 2-6 and otherwise be in great shape to roll this home purely without having to fill any gaps in. But okay, interesting. A little bit better to make the deuce and not leave any shots. I'm always happy to leave just a little bit slotting the back and things like that. Like a rule of thumb that I learned early on. And we'll occasionally make some more small mistakes like that based on that principle. 6-4. And a 5-5 over on the other side, rolling forward nicely. Gets the cleanup. Yeah, I guess we could just fill in the deuce now instead, but we leave a 6-2 immediately, so what's the point? It's maybe the idea? I don't know. Yeah. Better to just fill that in while we can. That's tricky, though. But yeah, we can have bad 5s where we don't get to make it later, and it's only 2 shots right now, so can find some reasoning for that. 4-1 is not going to fill the gap in, so exactly the scenario we were worried about when we didn't make the deuce. Oh, he's just going to clear it now, though. Okay, yeah, this is a nice find. Finds much better flexibility by clearing the bar point now. And pay into a 6-3 anyway. 6-2 is going to miss, though. I think it can cover the bar and play 6-4 and wait one more roll. Oh, he wants to play in instead and save some gammons, I guess. Well, there's a lot of different options here. I feel like I could get a shot now. I'm not sure what roll would do that. But all right, 3-2 fills in the 2. So this is that roll, I think. I think it's worth leaving the 6-3 to get rid of the long-term liability. But he's just going to play in and say, I'm going to leave no shots instead. Okay, and he's right by a large margin. Okay, I might have gotten tricked into that. Good find there. 4-2 gets to slot the front. And 3-1 gets to fill in the 2 point anyway. That was part of it. Our distribution was so good that we're going to have good chances to close the 2 anyway. 6-3 can stack up the ace or choose to run one now. I think we're better off waiting for roll, but these always are very tricky too. Now he finds the best of it just running too. Not risking a ton of gammons even if he gets attacked and closed out anyway. And risking cracking if he stays. So I think that's the idea there. 3-2 can either improve our builders by playing like 6-3, 5-3, or it can just take a checker off too. Both look pretty reasonable to me. Oh, we can do even better than that. Okay. And 5-2. Maybe because we don't have aces, we want to create an ace to use. That makes sense. And what does he find here? Yeah, 5-1 might have found a way to to be able to fill it in. Yeah, I'm not even... So, like, freezing our opponent's progress is, like, not that good now. I'm not even sure we want to do that. Like, there's not very many gammons to be won. And just taking a checker off seems fine, too. But now we make sure that our opponent doesn't break their board while we get into our, have our biggest chances of leaving a shot. But ends up getting to close it out instead. Okay. Very nice follow-up. Takes a checker off. Still under 10% gammons most likely. Maybe we're creeping up on it, having taken a few off. But should be pretty unlikely. 7.6, yeah, 6-4 should save most of the gammons. And likely to go to 7-away, 3-away then. And 5-3 is going to get in the board, so he's going to go ahead and resign that single game. Okay. Continuing on. The Steven Nelson show so far. Are they going to take a short break here? Or is he just taking his coat off, putting a coat on, something like this? All right, small break. So, yeah, we can take a look at that match progression like always before we go to break there. Let's see if can I get it on here? Do I have match progression on this one? Hi everybody. Bazam? Yeah. Well, Steven, I guess Jason had a small start, small lead to begin with, but been getting hammered with the dice, brought it back to even-ish a little bit more, and then lost a tough game there. Not going the way that he hoped so far. And we'll come back to this 7-away, 3-away scoreline soon after a small break. All right, we got the players coming back to the board here and getting started to go again. 7-away, 3-away with Jason Pack and Steven Nelson. I did get those names confirmed now. So I know we're watching what we thought we were. All right. Been a good match so far. Well played by both. Pretty strong stuff. 6-1 to open is going to make a point. Okay. And very aggressive cubes coming from Jason. Very hard to find leading cubes for Steven at 3 away. If he should give Jason such a gift, then a lot of recubes are coming in pretty aggressively as well. So definitely needs to avoid that scenario and wait till a pretty late game position where his opponent might already have a pass. And 6-4. Can just make a board point. Can't. If we could run around the bend, maybe that would be better. But can't get quite far enough and would just create a lot of blots in contact. So Jason already wants to think about, with one escaped in a small racing lead, whether he has this. I think his opponent has a slightly better board. I don't see much threat here. I just don't see the market losers. I don't think it's that sensitive of a score. It is pretty close though. So like 4-away, 2-away, maybe this is enough advantage to send it. And we're not going to lose very much by sending early too, so it's never cost us too much to get in an early cube here, but I think makes a wise decision in just waiting one and giving a more difficult decision later, especially if our opponent should anchor something on the edge. It's just very nice for him to sit on this and play a 2-point game. 6s is a pretty big improvement for Steven's side to take over the lead in the race, make a piece of structure, escape a checker. All great stuff. Oh, he should attack on the ace with that? Wow. Wow, I for sure would have played it this simple way. I don't know. I guess I noticed afterwards that he could turn it into a blitz, and maybe that wins a little bit more. But, yeah, I don't know. That's just not where my head was at, I guess. 4-2, okay, makes a board point. 2-1, with the racing lead, I'm still thinking of just playing quiet here. We could clean up and play to the 23 to see the light, but, oh, we should stuff up. Yeah, okay. Taking the opportunity to make a bid for freedom with the racing lead is the big theme there. 2-6 can just hop out and force our opponent to break their midpoint instead of being stuck behind these mountains. That looks pretty good for lack of other productive options. Even though we're losing the race, I think it brings the fight to where we want it. So, strange one, but I like it here. Oh, Justin just saw himself. Yeah. Welcome to that promo video that Blunderblots made, man. It's cool stuff. And welcome to the stream. This should be our last match of the morning afternoon session, I'll call it, in the main event. And then we'll be coming back at 7:30 UK time, 1:30 US Central Time, for jackpot matches. So we'll be taking a small break and shutting down the stream after this and coming back with the Super Jackpot stream this evening. But still got some match left to go here. And he finds the running play, yeah. Well found there. I think that's a pretty good one. It's a tough thing to do when you're losing the race. It definitely feels wrong. Wow, 6-3 can't do anything. This is a really poor roll for Steven. I guess he's going to play to the ace and the 5 or something like this. And just wait. And I don't think Jason has enough advantage to think about cubing yet, but now escaping that checker is worth quite a bit. He might be able to link up with that 8-point blot. He has full freedom. His opponent doesn't. So he's got some things going here. Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we're all the way up this close to the edge of the market and over 60%. And yeah, if I saw those numbers, I would maybe think to send it. And so I appreciate Jason's cube. And still, of course, an easy take for Steven. Makes a big improvement in filling in the 4 prime. Doesn't have to worry about getting that blot to safety quite yet because there's 2 blots on board waiting. 6-5. I guess we really need the presence in the outfield. We can cover the ace and slot the 3 and keep everything pure too. So I think we're doing that. Tempting to consider just giving up the 8 now and staying more pure. Still blots everywhere. 3-2. I think it's a nice place to be on the 11. And there are hidden covers where we'll be sad to be against a 4-point board. So I think it's time to clean up. I don't think there's a more to do. But look at this. I'm wrong. We can play a little bit bigger. It's not too far off to do all these things. But yeah, okay. I guess when we advance 16 to 14, we have better chances of making the back of the prime. So there is some gain here. But yeah, I don't know. I find it very difficult to pass up that simple play. Seems quite logical to me. 2-4 with the racing lead. He definitely wants to step up and see the light, try to escape and capitalize that. And while we have a 4-point board to our opponent's 3-point board, is the time to challenge for contact. And 6-2 is just going to, it's going to hit off the edge. Yeah, sure. Okay, he's going to go for that, yeah. Down in the race we have to. We can't let him just run with 5s and 6s. And how does Steven enter? Not well. He fans. And 6-3 gets to cover and play down. Okay. So Jason in pretty good position now. 2-4. Okay, entering and just being able to move checkers around is still huge for saving gammon. So very happy to be on the board. Very much hoping not to be attacked with a 5. (6-1). Okay, I guess this just plays into the 6-point. Better than playing behind, but not really the role he was looking for. And Steven with an opportunity to roll some really good 6. Ooh, 6s. Okay, that's going to turn around the game and make him clear favorite. But he's got to get all the way like above 90% winning chances to send a recube here. And I don't think he quite has that yet. But maybe on a poor enough roll, we're getting into that territory. He's going to have to think about these things. 18 pips. So this is a clear pass for money by 9 pips. So does that take us all the way to the threshold of over 90? How much do we think each of those pips is worth? It could be. It could be awfully close. I would still want to wait a roll here until it's a little more clear. Maybe I want to get closer to 95 and have a clear claim. But wow, yeah, we're right on the borderline. Okay. And so we know, having seen that, we'll see how he approaches it. But Jason's going to have to do that many pips or better to stay in it. Or to keep the cube off, most likely. Okay. That's enough, I think. And yeah, Steven doesn't feel like he's improved his position, so he's going to take another roll. And Jason on the ropes every roll here. 3-5 should be just enough to keep the cube off one more time, but we'll find out. Oh, he's supposed to pass now already. Was that last roll too? Did he miss a cube there? No. So we had no cube. And somehow this 6-2-5-3 sequence is enough to generate a pass. Wow, I would not have thought that he gained 2% in winning chances here. Seems like his distribution is still questionable, but I guess he's got a checker off and his opponent has 2 outside. So, yeah, crazy stuff. Oh, bye, Terry. Enjoy your backgammon. Let's see if we can find this, though. I mean, this just feels so similar to all the last positions. I don't know how I would be adjusting enough to know that I'm that much better off here than I was a couple rolls ago. So rolling on seems like the likely outcome. 6-3 going to take 2 off, but he's thinking about it, so I think that eventually he does intend to get this cube in. And we'll see how Jason handles that if he gets it, because, I mean, even though he had a pass last time, how do you know in these positions? I think the default way to play these out is going to be to take it and ship it to 8 and put the match on the line here. Most likely. We'll see. He is going to get the recube in, and it's going to take a lot of calculation and understanding for Jason to figure out that he has a monster pass here and he's all the way down to 6%. These are just, I don't know. They're just difficult to know. We're not used to having to estimate with granularity, whether we're at 6% or 9% to win, and that's the difference between a take and a pass. And yeah, I mean, he also has to know with precision what his match equity at 7-away, 1-away Crawford is to even know those are the numbers he's working with. So this one's quite challenging. And like I said, I would expect most players to just snap this up and send it back to 8 when they're given the opportunity. You have to be pretty confident that you're all the way dead to not take advantage of that recube. He's got plenty of clock time to try to figure it out with whatever tools he's got here, though. So he's happy to spend some time on it. Could be the last decision of the match for him, really. So yeah, I think wise to be taking a little bit extra time on this too. And yeah, can glance at the match progression while we're taking a break here. Over last game, things got pretty grim. So it's going to like catching back up in the game, and now we're to almost dead in this match. When he passes, he'll be below 10% to win with that equity there. So really on the ropes here. With no good decisions. The best he can do is preserve that match equity at 7-away, 1-away Crawford, which, if I look it up precisely, is 9.28%, just over 9%. Or he can take here and play the match with 6% winning chances. So that's all he's got. But I've seen people win from both sides of this to be certain. Crazy things can happen in backgammon. They happen slowly. I guess it would happen pretty quickly if he takes here. But if you get to the Crawford game, then you win that one game, then you win another one, then you win another one. And yeah, okay, he's going to take after all, and we'll see if Steven can fend off the dice or not. Double sixes is a good start to closing this match out for him. Okay, here comes the recube to 8. No PR tricks. And 5-4, going to take 2 off. Okay, not the worst roll. Tough break for Jason there. That's definitely a difficult one to figure out too. Don't fault the take and recube by any means. And pretty clean matches overall from both of them either way. Very sharp play overall today. I'm impressed. And that'll decide it. So Jason, it looks like, is dead with his final life. Hopefully has some life in the jackpot. Steven continuing on that path. And that'll wrap up our main event coverage for now. And we'll be back in about 2 hours with jackpot coverage continuing tonight. So yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in here. Let's resign this off and we can jump over to the screen here. But yeah, this has been a blast. I'm going to shut down this stream now and close it out. And like I said, we'll start off. If you go to my channel, you'll see there's a stream up for the evening jackpots that starts at 7 or 7:30. They're probably going over whether or not there was a recube now. But yeah, we'll be back with that in a couple hours. So thanks, everybody. Bye for now.